Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for a strong win. Catalyst takes the opener from the ramp, starting things off quick. The best player on the ladder starts on the back foot. Phantom has a 67% win rate on this map, which normally gives him a clear edge over Catalyst despite that historical advantage. The best player on the ladder is struggling to find an answer for the start. The question is whether Phantom can pivot his approach before the lead grows. Phantom answers back with a clean kill, refusing to let the lead slip further. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He does it again. Phantom snaps the streak and keeps climbing back into this. The favorite is finally playing like the highest rated guy on the ladder. Catalyst holds a 4-2 lead, keeping the pressure high. Catalyst actually leads their head-to-head 331-279. Phantom knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, showing real resilience here. Cleanest kill of the match so far. He's completely raised that deficit, 2 in a row for Phantom to tie it 4-4. Phantom's status as the favorite is starting to look justified. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom to take the lead, 5-4. Total shutouts in 3 straight. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit, leveling the score at 5-5. That was a blink and you miss it. He doesn't take a hit, reclaiming the lead just before the break. Lightning quick kill to reclaim the lead. Phantom leads 7-5. This is tracking toward an upset. As the favorite Catalyst is struggling to keep pace, Phantom is leaning on his 67% win rate on this map to keep the lead as they switch sides. Side swap, time for a reset. Phantom edges it 7-6 after a tight exchange. Way faster exchange than the last one. The number 5 guy on the ladder isn't backing down. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing great resilience to push the lead to 8-6. Exactly what you expect from the favorite in a tight spot. He breaks the streak with a clean kill, extending the lead to 9-6 as he continues to fight back. The favorite is playing exactly to his ladder seed right now. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit, showing real grit to keep this comeback alive. Way faster exchange than the last one. He makes it 2 in a row, erasing almost everything in under a second to bring this within 1. Unreal. He deletes him in under a second to tie it 9-9 and keep this comeback rolling. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 4 in a row to take the lead 10-9. The underdog has completely flipped the script on the ladder favorite. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to tie it 10-10, showing incredible resilience. Our favorite is refusing to let the underdog run away with it. He doesn't take a single hit in a sub-second exchange to lead it 11-10. He doesn't even take a hit. Catalyst makes it 2 in a row and hits match point. Phantom doesn't take a hit here, showing real resilience to keep this alive at 12-11. A much slower pace to keep this series alive. Boom, Catalyst deletes him from the ramp to finish the comeback and take the map. He really shook off that map disadvantage to pull off the upset. Phantom had him on the ropes, but he just wouldn't break. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom take on Orange, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. That long-term edge is mirroring the ladder, where Phantom is currently the best player in the league. The question is whether Vortex can break that pattern today. Vortex leads 2-1 and looks completely in control. Phantom coming off a tough loss to Catalyst just now. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, levels the score. Vortex pulls ahead 3-2 to reclaim the lead. The underdog is flipping the script today. Vortex stretches the gap to 4-2 right now. He's facing the top player on the ladder right now. That was lightning fast. Phantom isn't letting Vortex pull away, keeping this one tight. Pure speed there, barely a second of action. Vortex is 25-20 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of consistency that is starting to wear Phantom down. He's playing with a lot more confidence than the favorite, who has yet to find his footing today. If Vortex keeps this pace, we could see a major upset. Deadlocked at 5-5. Phantom has clawed back completely. Phantom rank 1 is asserting that ladder dominance now. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 straight for Phantom heading into the break. Perfect timing to wrap up the first half. Six at the break. This is tracking exactly how we expected it to go, with the favorite keeping pace. Phantom closed the half on a 3-round streak to keep this tie. Side swap, let's see who blinks. Phantom edges ahead 7-6 to take the lead. Vortex rank 3 can't let the gap widen here. Vortex strikes back to tie it up at 7-7. Barely survived that one with 47 HP. Vortex is building some real momentum here, putting together a 3-round run to pull ahead. Both players bleed out in a scrap, but he comes out on top for 3 straight. Vortex is playing like he did in that 39 win against Catalyst. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. Less than a second for that kill. 5 in a row. He's taking over the map to make it 11-7. Phantom is struggling to shake off that recent loss to Catalyst. He doesn't take a hit. 6 in a row for Vortex, and he's now at match point. Total reversal of the pre-match expectations. Boom! 7 in a row for Vortex to close it out and take the map. That's a huge upset. He just completely dismantled the best player on the ladder today. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Catalyst and Vortex take over Italy for this match, with the favorite facing a tough test. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 487-204 over the long term, but that history is clashing with current form. Vortex enters this one on a 2-win streak and already has the early lead here. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim the edge he usually holds in this matchup. Vortex pushes a 2-1 lead as Catalyst struggles. Vortex, rank 3 on the ladder, is playing his role here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Vortex is just faster to the trigger right now. Vortex is playing like a top 5 player on the ladder. He barely takes a hit, making it 3 in a row for Vortex. He's coming off a 13-7 win against Phantom just now. Boom! Catalyst snaps the run without taking a single hit to keep the comeback alive. The underdog is starting to push back against the favorite. Another clean get for Catalyst, who's showing real resilience to pull this within one. Barely over a second for that last. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean to tie it 4-4, marking 3 straight wins. The favorite is now playing from behind in the momentum. Vortex holds the slide with a clean get to make it 5-4. Vortex rank 3 on the ladder, holding the edge here. Catalyst has a 42% win rate on this map over nearly 100 matches, and he's struggling to find his footing here. That map disadvantage is pairing poorly with his recent 21-24 record over the last day. We have to wonder if Vortex can keep this gap widening. A scrappy win for Catalyst to narrow the gap before the break. A much slower pace for that get as they head to the break. Vortex leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the 70% head-to-head win rate Catalyst usually holds in this matchup. It's a tight scrap, but Vortex is currently playing above the expected script. Sides swap, fresh start. Vortex extends the lead to 8-5, pulling away. He's currently the higher rated player on the ladder. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit to keep this comeback moving. Took a bit longer to settle that one. The slight favorite is feeling the pressure now. He breaks the streak with a clean get, showing real resilience to pull this within one. Vortex entered as the slight favorite, but that gap is vanishing. Whoa! He catches him from the wine to tie this up at 8-8, making it 3 in a row. Total unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row, taking a 9-8 lead. Wow, he deletes him in under half a second to make it 5 straight, taking a 10-8 lead. Insane. He snaps that run and makes it 6 in a row to lead 11-8. Absolute shutdown. He makes it 7 straight to reach match point. Complete reversal of the momentum here. Game over. Catalyst completes a comeback with 8 in a row to take the map. That run was just too much for Vortex to handle. He really fought back, but the head-to-head history always wins. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on Mappas, where the favorite faces a tough challenge today. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, which is significantly higher than what Catalyst usually produces here. Despite that historical edge, the best player on the ladder is currently on a 2-match losing streak. We have to wonder if Phantom can shake off that slump. Unreal, he doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is struggling to answer. He answers back with a clean kill, showing some resilience to keep this close at 3-1. The favorite is finally starting to push back. Catalyst surges to 4-1, leaving Phantom in the dust. Phantom is currently 0-2 over the last 24 hours. Phantom doesn't take a single hit here, showing real grit to keep this close at 4-2. That was a blink and you miss it kill. He breaks the streak with 2 in a row, refusing to let the lead slip. The favorite is finally starting to look like the better player. Wow, he wipes the slate clean. 3 in a row to tie it at 4-4. He halts the momentum and takes the lead, 5-4. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is feeling the pressure. Catalyst holds a 54% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's currently backing that up by winning their most recent encounter as well. The question is whether Phantom can reverse the tide before this gets out of hand. He doesn't take a single hit, 3 in a row for Catalyst just before the break. He's currently playing the best player on the ladder. Catalyst leads 8-4. This half tracks the pre-match expectations as the favorite is controlling the pace. Phantom has a 70% win rate on Mappas, but he hasn't used that home field advantage to stop Catalyst's streaks yet. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst extends the gap to 9-4, dominating here. The number 4 player on the ladder is just relentless. Catalyst hits 10-4, putting Phantom in a deep hole. Phantom is currently the best player on the ladder. Whoa, a total slugfest. Phantom barely survives that one with 22 HP left. Pure chaos in that exchange, but he pulls it off. Phantom claws back 1, but Catalyst leads 10-6. 2 quick fights in a row for him. Catalyst catches him from the ramp, shutting down that mini run before it can even start. Catalyst is riding a 2-game win streak into this one. These rounds are over in a blink. Phantom just snapped that one in under 2 seconds. Another fast one, barely a second and a half. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point, leading 12-7. The favorite just can't find a way to close the gap. Boom! He survives a frantic exchange to close it out 13-7 and take the map. He just completely ignored the map stats to pull off the upset. Catalyst had his number all day. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Vortex and Phantom take on the Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom has a 63% win rate on this map, yet he's entering this duel on a 0-3 cold stretch over the last day. He usually has the upper hand in their history, but Vortex beat him 13-7 in their most recent meeting. The question is whether Phantom can reverse that trend today. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Vortex. Phantom is currently the second highest rated player on the ladder. Boom! Phantom answers back without taking a single hit, cutting the lead to 3-1. The favorite is finally starting to push. Vortex surges ahead 4-1, completely shutting Phantom down. The ladder's number 2 is struggling to find an answer here. Vortex climbs to 5-1, leaving Phantom in the dust. The clear favorite is struggling to keep pace here. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 3 straight for Vortex, pushing the lead to 6-1. Hard to believe he's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Phantom snaps the run, bringing the score to 6-2. That was fast, just under a second for the kill. Phantom is currently 0-3 in the last 24 hours, and that cold stretch is carrying right into this duel. Despite being the higher rated player on the ladder, he just can't find a way to stop Vortex from pulling away. The question is whether Phantom can shake this slump before the half. He doesn't take a single hit. 3 in a row for Vortex before the break. Cruel timing to lose that momentum right before the break. Vortex leads 9-3. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected. While Phantom's 0-3 cold stretch today continues, Phantom needs a complete reset if he wants to close this gap after the switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He scrapes by with just 27 HP to make it 9-4. Our number 2 on the ladder is finally fighting back. Vortex hits double digits, extending it to 10-4. Sub second kill to shut that comeback down immediately. Phantom close one back, but Vortex still leads 10-5. Phantom usually holds the edge in their head-to-head history. Phantom has the momentum. Now if he can keep this streak going, he'll chip away at that lead. Vortex just killed that mini run. Phantom had a chance to chip away, but he can't find the consistency to stay on it. Vortex is usually the favorite here, but Phantom is refusing to let this game slip away. He's playing from behind despite the ladder edge. He takes no damage at all. Vortex reaches match point, leading 12-7. The pre-match favorite is completely off his game today. Phantom stays alive to keep this going, making it 12-8. Quick exchange there, just over a second to get the kill. Game over. Vortex catches him from the box to take the map 13-8. He really just kept the cold streak going, letting the underdog take control of the map. Vortex continues to play him spoiler. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on Fast Aim, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 71% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Vortex sits higher on our ladder. He has struggled to close the gap against Catalyst in their most recent meetings. The question is whether the rating difference actually matters here. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to keep this streak alive. Vortex, our rank 2 player, is asserting his place on the ladder. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece between Catalyst and Vortex. Catalyst is coming off a strong 13-8 win over him recently. Vortex picks him right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. The rank 2 player on the ladder takes the lead. Total deadlock at 3-3. Catalyst and Vortex are mirroring each other. Catalyst rank 4 is playing like the favorite here. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a 4-3 lead. Clean 2.4 second kill to take the lead. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance today. Vortex rank 2 is fighting to prove the rating gap. Vortex holds the ramp to keep the momentum shifting his way. Vortex keeps his health high and his lead intact. Walks away from that exchange with full health. 3 in a row. He takes the round without losing a single point of health. A top 2% player, showing why he's that high on the ladder. Another one, he wipes him out in under a second to make it 4 straight before the break. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. He's defying the 71% head-to-head win rate Catalyst holds over him by closing the half on a 4-round tier. This is tracking as a genuine upset. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex has played 25-20 over the last 24 hours, and that form is carrying over into this set. He's currently defying a history where Catalyst has won 71% of their meetings. The real question is if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script before this slides away. Vortex extends the gap to 9-6, staying in control. Walks away from that one without taking a single point of damage. That's 2 in a row for Catalyst, showing real resilience to chip away at this lead. The slight favorite is suddenly under a lot of pressure here. Vortex holds a 10-7 cushion as Catalyst struggles. Took over 4 seconds to settle that exchange. Vortex picks him right off the ramp to put a serious grip on this match. Another one without taking a single point of damage. He snaps the streak and hits match point with a sub-second kill. Boom, a sub-second kill to shut the door. Unreal. He shuts it down on the ramp to take the map. He finally breaks that losing streak against Catalyst. Vortex proves today that the ladder ranking actually means something. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst takes on Phantom in this match, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head record with 333 wins over Phantom. Despite that historical edge, the ladder puts Phantom slightly higher as the better rated player. The question is whether that rank difference will actually matter today. Catalyst pushes ahead 2-1, putting Phantom on the back foot. Phantom's been struggling on a cold 0-4 stretch today. And again, 3 in a row for Catalyst to take a 3-1 lead. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder, can't find an answer. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Whoa, he survives by a thread after knocking Phantom off the ramp to make it 5 straight. The clear favorite is looking completely lost here. Boom! Phantom finally breaks the run in a scrap that left him hanging on with 33 HP. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate on this map, and that home field comfort is showing. He also beat Phantom 13-7 in their most recent head-to-head, making it hard for the favorite to find a way back in. We'll see if Phantom can flip the script here. Catalyst stays dominant, pulling ahead 7-3. The ladder's third best player trying to justify that rating. Phantom's picking up speed here, taking back a few rounds in a row to keep this close. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is finally asserting his rating. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. This half aligns with the pre-match read as the favorite takes control. He leaned on a 5-round win streak to build this gap. Side swap. Time for a restart. Catalyst extends the gap to 9-4, suffocating Phantom. Fast and clean, just over a second for that kill. Phantom claws one back to make it 9-5. He's playing for a better result than his recent 8-13 loss to Vortex. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to pull further ahead. He's playing as the lower rated player on the ladder today. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to bring this within 4 rounds. Clean catch on the ramp to keep this within reach. These rounds are ending in a blur. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now. Phantom is refusing to go away, trading rounds back and forth to keep this within striking distance. Catalyst rank 4 is fighting to close this out. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point. Catalyst leads 12-7. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match script. Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit, keeping the dream alive at 12-8. He's playing to avoid a repeat of that 8-13 loss to Vortex. Boom. He doesn't take a hit to close it out and take the map 13-8. He just continues to own this matchup. That historical edge is real, and the ladder rank didn't matter to Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for a match between Vortex and Phantom. The favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom leads the all-time head-to-head with 2052 wins, but he enters this match on a 0-5 stretch from the last day. That historical edge is clashing with a sudden drop in form. We have to see if he can flip the switch here. Vortex catches Phantom right off the wine to keep the lead. 1 second, just a blink and he's gone. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Vortex and Phantom are squared. Rank 3 on the ladder, showing he can hang. Vortex edges ahead, taking a 3-2 lead right now. Coming off a strong 13-7 win against Catalyst today. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, picking up 2 in a row to extend the gap. Our rank 2 player on the ladder is taking control. Vortex holds a slim 4-3 lead over Phantom. He's usually the slight favorite in this matchup. Phantom fights back to make it 4-4 total deadlock. Another fast one, just a second and a half. Vortex answers right back. He's not letting Phantom build any real momentum here. Phantom usually holds the advantage on this map. Back to a draw. Vortex and Phantom sit at 5-5. Phantom's 66% win rate here is starting to surface. Phantom pulls ahead 6-5 to reclaim the lead. 2 in a row for him, keeping this tight. Phantom 7, Vortex 5. The underdog is defying his recent 0-5 cold streak to take a lead into the break. Vortex entered as the favorite, but Phantom is currently steering this toward an upset. Side swap, time to ride it. Phantom clings to a 7-6 lead as we enter 13. His 25-18 record over the last day shows the form. Vortex levels it up. We're tied. 7 heading into 14. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder is asserting his authority. He doesn't even take damage. That's 3 in a row for Vortex. Insane speed, barely over a... Phantom knocks him off the wine to tie it up at 8-8. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder, stays right in this. Phantom knocks him off the wine to take a 3-round lead. Pure speed, just over a second again. Vortex strikes back to knot it up at 9-9. Vortex coming off that 13-8 win against him on Dunes. Phantom knows he's ahead 10-9 to seize a narrow lead. Phantom 60% all-time head-to-head edge is showing here. Phantom is pulling away here. He's taken 3 of the last 4 to put himself in a strong position. A bit more drawn out, but he gets the result. Phantom snaps the streak and hits match point 3 in a row for him. A bit more drawn out, but he gets the result. Boom. Vortex refuses to go away, taking this one without taking a single hit to keep the dream alive. Game over. Phantom knocks him off the wine to take the map. He finally shakes that cold streak and puts the rank 2 player in his place. Vortex fought him every step of the way. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Catalyst and Vortex face off now, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that long-term edge, Vortex just beat him 13-7 in their most recent encounter. The question is whether Catalyst can regain his usual control here. Vortex catches him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. The rank 2 player on the ladder is starting strong. Catalyst takes it from the ramp, keeping the series tight early on. He's a top 5 player on the ladder for a reason. Deadlocked at 2-all. Catalyst and Vortex are tied. 3 seconds in, and it's over. Vortex picks him off the ramp to take a 1-round lead. The top 2 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Vortex takes him from the ramp again, and that win streak is starting to put some pressure on Catalyst. Coming off a 25-19 run today. Vortex edges ahead for free, holding a slim lead. He's usually the clear favorite in this matchup. Catalyst picks him off the ramp to tie this up, erasing that early lead in a hurry. The rank 4 player is playing his way back into this. He keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Catalyst to take the lead, 5-4. The favorite is reclaiming his territory here. Unreal. He survives on 3 HP to take 4 in a row, making it 6-4. Pure chaos on that last one, barely hanging on to win. He knocks him off the ramp for 5 straight, taking a 7-4 lead before the break. Wrapping up the half with a huge... Catalyst leads 8-4. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite taking control after a 6-round run. He's leveraging that 78% win rate on Redline to keep Vortex at arm's length. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, and the lead is growing to 5 rounds. The rank 4 player is just playing his game here. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Despite the ranking, the favorite is just taking over. Vortex is playing the better game today with a 25-19 record over the last 24 hours. That recent form is starting to clash with Catalyst's usual dominance in this pairing, and Vortex is proving he can keep pace. The question is whether he can actually close the gap here. Vortex is fighting back, but he's still got a mountain to climb to bridge this gap. Gone in under 2 seconds. Whoa! Less than a second. Vortex is moving fast now, and that lead is starting to shrink. He doesn't miss. 3 in a row for Vortex, who just walked away without taking a single point of damage. The rank 2 player is flipping the script here. Boom. He does it again in under a second, making that 4 in a row. He shuts down that run in a second, putting Catalyst on match point at 12-9. Vortex doesn't budge, taking this one without taking a hit to keep his comeback alive. The slight favorite is refusing to go away. Insane. A total bloodbath that leaves him with just 23 HP to keep this comeback alive. Both players are trading blows with their health bars completely empty. Game over. Catalyst shuts it down without taking a hit to win the map 13-11. He barely scraped through twice under 30 HP to survive that comeback. Vortex pushed him to the limit today. He had to work for that. Welcome to Dunes. Catalyst takes on Phantom in this one, where the favorite faces a very tough test. Phantom holds a 63% win rate on this map, which is a stark contrast to Catalyst's struggles here. While Catalyst usually gets the better of him in their head-to-head history, the map advantage is clearly playing a role early on. The question is if Catalyst can overcome his poor track record here. Phantom edges ahead 2-1 as Catalyst fights to keep up. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder is asserting himself here. These rounds are ending in a blink. Nobody's getting a second chance to react today. He's coming off a 13-8 win against him just now. Phantom pushes it to 3-2, really gripping this lead. Insane, less than a second for that. Phantom pulls further away, now leading 4-2. The favorite is simply refusing to let him back in. Catalyst just snapped that run. We're tied up in a deadlock as we head toward the halfway mark. Phantom is currently 1-5 in the last 24 hours, so he isn't playing his usual game today. Despite that, he's using his map advantage to keep Catalyst at arm's length. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to bridge this gap before halftime. Phantom holds a 6-4 cushion as we hit 10. He's playing against a top 5 player on the ladder here. Phantom is pulling away here, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst as we approach the break. Phantom leads 8-4 at the break. The underdog is defying the odds here, using that 63% map win rate to keep the favorite off balance. Catalyst needs a complete shift in momentum to save this. Side swap, time for a reset. Whoa! He survives on a prayer. A total slugfest that leaves him with just 8 HP. Absolute chaos, barely keeping his head above water there. Phantom climbs to 9-5, widening the gap further. The number 4 guy on the ladder refuses to fade. Phantom hits 10-5, leaving Catalyst with a mountain to climb. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head for a reason. He knows how to trade blows with Phantom. Our rank 2 player is feeling the pressure now. Phantom picks him right off the box to keep this lead growing. The favorite is making good on the pre-match expectations. Catalyst is trading rounds now, refusing to let Phantom close this out quickly. Just like their last meeting where he took it 13-8. Catalyst is chipping away at that lead, making it a 3-round game now. The rank 4 guy is flipping the script on the favorite. Phantom shuts him down to hit match point, leading 12-8. A slower burn this time, but he gets the result. The favorite is staying composed when it counts. Boom! He doesn't take any damage and closes it out. Phantom wins the map, 13-8. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on orange, with Phantom entering as the slight favorite. Vortex has been active today with a 25-18 record in the last 24 hours. He's carrying that momentum into this duel, which is a shift from the historical edge Phantom usually holds in their head-to-head. The question is if Phantom can slow this down. Vortex takes a 2-1 lead, putting the pressure on. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder, can't seem to find an answer. These rounds are over in a blink. Neither player is giving the other a second to even breathe. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. Phantom fights back to lead it 3-2. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder is playing like the favorite. He doesn't miss, that's 3 in a row for Phantom. Gone in under 2 seconds. Vortex answers back with a clean hit to break that run, trailing 3-4. The ladder's top 2 are fighting for every inch. Vortex evens it up. We're deadlocked at 4-4. Phantom usually has the edge in their head-to-head history. Phantom nudges ahead, making it 5-4. Vortex rank 3, trying to close that rating gap. Absolute deadlock. We've got a complete stalemate heading into the final stretch of the first half. Phantom is currently 2-5 over his last 7 games. Phantom edges it 6-5 after a tight exchange. Phantom holds a 60% all-time win rate in their head-to-head. Six at the half. This is tracking right with expectations for a close battle. Phantom tried to pull away with a 3-round streak, but Vortex stopped the bleed to keep this tied. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom sneaks ahead 7-6 to reclaim the lead. Phantom usually holds the edge on this map. Vortex hammers it back to a 7-7 deadlock. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder is under pressure here. Phantom is starting to separate himself here, winning 3 of the last 4 to reclaim the lead. Gone in under 2 seconds again. Phantom has an all-time win rate of 63%, and we're seeing that long-term stability pay off as he pulls away. He's already beaten Vortex once today, so he knows exactly how to handle this matchup. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to break this streak. He doesn't even take damage. That's 4 in a row for Phantom, and he's just 2 away from the win. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for Phantom, and he's at match point. The slight favorite is taking full control here. Wow, Vortex snaps the run with a clean hit, but Phantom is still at match point. Quick reaction there to keep this alive. Another clean win for Vortex, who doesn't take a single hit to keep this alive. Insane focus to keep this match breathing. Boom! Phantom doesn't take a single hit and closes it out for the win. He really had his number today. Vortex fought back late, but that sub 1 second reaction speed was just too much. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. He actually beat Vortex in their last meeting as well, which makes this early lead feel like a continuation of that trend. The question is if Vortex can reverse the pattern here. Vortex catches him from the ramp, keeping this one tight. Vortex actually rank 3 on the ladder, refuses to back down. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Catalyst and Vortex are wide open. The rank 3 guy is showing his teeth early. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to reclaim the lead. The underdog is playing exactly to the pre-match expectation. Pure chaos now. Catalyst and Vortex are tight, 3-3. He's coming off a 24-19 run today. Vortex takes him from the boost and keeps this streak alive. He's the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. That's 3 in a row for Vortex, who now holds a 2-round lead. Insane speed on that last kill under a second. Vortex catches him from the box for 4 in a row. Coming off a tough 9-13 loss to Phantom earlier today. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for Vortex, making it 3-7. Catalyst rank 4 on the ladder is struggling to answer. Catalyst snaps that run with a clean kill just before the break. Just like that 13-11 win he took from him recently. 4-8. Vortex takes the lead. This is a total flip of expectations since Catalyst usually wins 70% of their meetings. Vortex is playing like the favorite here, fueled by that 5-round streak. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst holds a 73% win rate on this specific map, which is a significant jump over what Vortex brings to the table. He's historically much more comfortable here, and we're seeing that edge translating to a closer game. The question is whether Vortex can maintain his lead as Catalyst settles in. Vortex picks him off the ramp, putting a serious dent in any hopes for a comeback. Quick work there, leaving him with no room to breathe. He wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. Vortex is flipping the script on their recent loss streak. He knocks him off the ramp to break that run, making it 6-11. Vortex coming off a tough stretch of 3 straight losses recently. He doesn't even take a hit to put Vortex on match point. The slight favorite is now just 1 kill from the win. Boom! Catalyst knocks him off the box to keep this match alive. Whoa! A clean snap back to keep this moving. Unreal! Vortex shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse. Vortex just completely shut down Catalyst's map edge to take this one. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom face off on Italy with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom holds a 66% win rate on this map, which is a huge advantage over Catalyst. Even though Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head, Phantom has the historical edge here and just beat him in their last meeting. We have to see if Phantom can flip the script early. Catalyst pushes a 2-1 lead, putting Phantom on pressure. Our number 1 player on the ladder is feeling the heat. Catalyst is on a roll here, winning 3 of the last 4 in a blink of an eye. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is struggling here. Untouched. He keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, leaving Phantom in the dust. He's coming off a tough 8-13 loss to him just now. Phantom snaps the run. He's showing real resilience to pull this back to 4-2. The clear favorite is finally starting to wake up. Catalyst has a 70% all-time win rate over thousands of matches. He is the typical favorite in this matchup, and the current score reflects that confidence, despite the rankings gap. The question is whether Phantom can use his experience to close this gap before halftime. Catalyst extends it to 6-3, distancing himself further. Sub-second reaction there to snap that run. These rounds are ending in a flash. Catalyst is just too quick for Phantom right now. Phantom, the best player on the ladder, is struggling here. Catalyst cruises to 8-3, leaving Phantom completely stranded. Catalyst leads 9-3. This is tracking exactly with the pre-match expectations, as the favorite is just outplaying Phantom. It's a rough start for the number 1 seed, despite his 66% win rate on Italy. Side swap, Phantom needs a Catalyst hits 10, leaving Phantom buried at 3. He's coming off a tough 7-13 loss to Vortex just now. Phantom grabs 1, but Catalyst still leads 10-4. Our best player on the ladder is fighting back. Phantom is putting on a clinic here, taking 2 in a row in under 2 seconds each. Catalyst shuts down that little run immediately. Phantom can't afford to let the lead slip any further. He shuts that down instantly to reach match point, making it 12-5. The clear favorite is just completely stalled out. Boom! He walks away without taking a hit to win the map 13-5. He completely ignores the map history and the rankings to take this one. Catalyst just had Phantom's number today. Welcome to Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom face off on Mapas, where the favorite looks to secure another win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also has the stronger track record on this specific map, though he is struggling to put a game together today. The question is whether he can lean on that historical edge to flip the script. Vortex leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Phantom. Phantom is currently struggling with a 3-6 record over the last day. Whoa, that was a blink. These rounds are ending faster and faster as Vortex pulls ahead. Insane, under a second for that. Vortex catches him right off the boxes, making it 3 in a row. The favorite is struggling to hold his own here. And again, that's 4 in a row for Vortex. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder, can't find an answer. Boom! Phantom breaks the run with a scrap, cutting the lead to 5-2. The rank 2 guy on the ladder is finally waking up. Vortex is playing with a lot of confidence after going 24-19 in the last 24 hours. He is treating this as a bounce-back game after losing to Phantom in their most recent meeting. The question is whether Phantom can remember how to win this specific matchup. Untouched, he keeps it rolling with 3 in a row to lead 8-2. The underdog is completely flipping the pre-match script here. Phantom catches him clean to keep it close before the break. Quick exchange there to wrap the half. Vortex leads 8-4 at the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected, despite Phantom having a 70% win rate on Mapas. Phantom needs a stronger start on the switch to stay in this. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom claws back, but Vortex still clings to 8-5. Another one under a second, he's playing fast now. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder is starting to climb. Vortex pushes it to 9-5, extending that cushion. Quick response to snap that run right back. The rank 3 guy in our rating keeps things tight. Vortex is pulling away here. A 5-round lead is a mountain to climb in a sprint like this. Vortex hits 10, leaving Phantom trailing by 4. He keeps his composure to snap that run. Phantom fights back, but Vortex still holds a 10-7 lead. 2 in a row for him, keeping this well within reach. Vortex just killed that mini run. Phantom had the momentum, but he can't string enough together to close the gap. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder, can't find his footing. Phantom is chipping away at this lead, making it a 3-round game now. Another clean kill in just 1 second. Vortex wins the scrap to reach match point, leading 12-8. Complete reversal from the pre-match expectations. Game over. Vortex blasts him off the boxes to take the map 13-8. He just completely ignored the history books and the map stats to get this one. Huge upset for Vortex. Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex take on Fast Aim today with the slight favorite facing a tough test. Catalyst take the opener from the ramp, looking to keep that strong head-to-head record going. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder starts on the back foot. Catalyst picks him off the ramp and these rounds are ending in a blink. He's facing the guy ranked 2nd on the ladder. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Opposite of their last meeting where he won 13-7. Another one. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 4 in a row. The slight favorite is struggling to find an answer. 5 in a row. He's just completely taking over this match. The ladder's number 2 is looking completely lost. 6 in a row. He deletes him in under a second without taking a hit. Finally, Vortex snaps the run with a clean kill in under a second. Catalyst holds a 489-206 lead in their all-time head-to-head record. While Vortex has more overall experience in the league, he struggled to translate that into wins against this specific opponent. The question is whether Vortex can break that psychological barrier before this slips away. Vortex knocks him off the ramp. He's putting up a fight to keep this within reach. The ladder's number 2 is trying to flip the script here. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, pushing this lead to 7 rounds. Vortex is the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Catalyst leads 9-3. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite using that 70% head-to-head win rate to push Vortex around. Vortex needs to tighten up his aim if he wants to close this gap. Vortex claws one back, trailing 9-4 now. Vortex is currently 25-18 in the last 24 hours, showing a level of consistency that Catalyst hasn't matched today. While the head-to-head history usually favors the other side, Vortex just beat Catalyst 13-7 in their most recent meeting. If he keeps this momentum, we could see another upset here. Vortex catches him from the window, making it 4 in a row as he fights back. The momentum has completely shifted towards the slight favorite. He picks him off the ramp. That's 5 in a row as the comeback continues. Barely a scratch on him as he claws back into this. Unreal. He completes the comeback to tie this at 9-9, taking 6 in a row. Wow, a total mirror image of the first half. Vortex catches him from the ramp, making it 7 in a row as the lead flips. Took a bit longer this time, but he closed. Catalyst wins the trade on the ramp to tie this up at 10-10. A battle of the top 4 on the ladder. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to take an 11-10 lead, showing real resilience here. Much slower pace on that kill, but he gets the result. Vortex catches him from the ramp to reach match point, showing incredible resilience after that early deficit. Boom! Vortex deletes him in half a second to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally breaks that psychological wall and puts a dent in the head-to-head record. Catalyst had him early, but he just wouldn't quit. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom face off on Junes with the favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom holds a 63% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge over Catalyst. He is currently our number 3 rated player on the ladder, and the early lead shows he's ready to capitalize on that ranking. The question is if Catalyst can overcome this specific map disadvantage. Catalyst surges ahead, taking a 2-1 lead. Coming off that 13-5 win over him on AIM Italy P. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit, making it 3 in a row. Phantom, rank 3 on the ladder, is struggling here. Whoa! Both players trade heavy damage in a total scrap, but he survives by a threat to make it 3-2. Insane. He just barely escapes that one. Wow, a total slugfest. He survives a brutal exchange with almost nothing left to lead 4-2. The underdog is completely flipping the script here. Phantom claws one back, now trailing Catalyst 4-3. The rank 3 guy on the ladder is starting to push back. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with 335 wins over Phantom. He's carrying that historical edge into today, having already beaten him in a blowout match earlier this session. The question is whether Phantom can flip the script before the halftime break. Phantom refuses to back down, chipping away at the lead to make it 6-4. Fast exchange there, decided in just over 2 seconds. Phantom doesn't even take a hit here, snapping the streak to make it 6-5 before the break. One more to wrap the half. 6 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite keeping pace. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep this dead even heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start now. He's showing great resilience, taking the lead 7-6 after fighting back from a 3-round deficit. Gone in just over a second. Clean work from him, taking no damage to make it 8-6 as the comeback continues. The favorite is now playing exactly to his seeding. Catalyst strikes back to make it a tight 7-8. Catalyst rank 4 on the ladder, keeps this one close. A messy exchange where both players land hits, but he survives to make it 7-9. A quick decisive exchange to regain the 2-round cushion. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping the streak to put him just 3 away from the win. He's playing exactly like the favorite today. A scrappy exchange, but Catalyst digs deep to win it and pull within 2. Tough break for him to lose the lead in a messy fight. He barely takes a hit here, keeping the momentum alive to make it 9-10. The underdog is making this a total toss-up. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 straight and tie this up at 10-10. The underdog is completely erasing the gap between these two. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit, making it 4 in a row to lead 11-10. Gone in under 2 seconds. Absolute perfection. 5 in a row for Catalyst, and he's now at match point. He snaps the streak. Phantom shows incredible resilience to keep this alive at 12-11. The ladder favorite refuses to let this one slip away. Boom. He finishes the job without taking a hit, completing the comeback to win it 13-11. He really fought through a map where Phantom usually dominates. To pull this off against the rank 3 guy was huge, hard-fought win. welcome to Redline. Vortex and Phantom face off today, with the favorite looking for another strong win. Phantom takes it from the boxes, getting the first lead in a match where Vortex is usually the favorite. Phantom catches him from the Tetris, and these rounds are ending in a blink. The number 3 player on the ladder is making it look easy. Vortex knocks him off the Tetris, and we've got a dead heat here. Coming off a 13-8 win against him just now. Locked at 2 apiece. Vortex and Phantom stay squared. The favorite is struggling to find any footing here. He knocks him off the Tetris for 3 in a row. Phantom's historical edge isn't showing up here. Phantom knocks him off the ramp to tie it up at 3-3. Phantom holds the historical edge in their head-to-head. Vortex knocks him off the Tetris to pull ahead by 1. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder is taking control here. Phantom evens it up, making it 4-4. Phantom's 58% win rate on this map is starting to surface. Phantom edges ahead, taking a slim 5-4 lead. Blink and you missed it, just over 1 second. Vortex knocks him off the ramp and we are right back to a deadlock. Vortex is on a free win streak in his last 10. Phantom snatches the lead, pushing it to 6-5. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder, keeping the pressure high. Phantom leads 7-5 at the break. Vortex entered as the clear favorite, but the underdog is currently stealing this one. Phantom's 60% head-to-head win rate is playing a huge role in this upset bid. Side swap, let's see a reset. Phantom is cruising with a 3-8 record in the last 24 hours, making this particular round a complete anomaly. He's playing well above his recent form to keep the lead against the top 2 player. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to break this momentum. Vortex catches him right there on the ramp to snap that 3-round skid. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder, trying to reclaim this one. Whoa, a total scrap. He barely survives with 20 HP to make it 6-10. Insane, he's just refusing to go down. Phantom maintains a commanding 10-7 grip on this series. Under a second, just completely deleted him. Vortex catches him from the ramp, showing real resilience to make it 8-10. The favorite is finally starting to look vulnerable. Phantom takes it from the Tetris, shutting down that little run and pushing for a 3-round cushion. Phantom deletes him in under a second to reach match point. The underdog is just continuing to flip the script here. Boom! He picks him off the boxes to take the map. He completely ignores his recent slump to take this one. Vortex just couldn't find an answer for him today. Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Vortex face off now with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst holds a commanding 489-207 lead in their all-time head-to-head. Despite that history, Vortex just took their last meeting on fast aim and looks to keep that momentum going here. The question is whether the ladder's second best player can actually overturn the long-term trend. Vortex edges ahead 2-1 as Catalyst fights back. Vortex, rank 2 on the ladder, is playing his role. Neither player can keep a lead for more than one round. We are stuck in a total deadlock. Vortex, rank 2 on the ladder, can't pull away. Vortex clinches a 3-2 lead as the tension peaks. Fast exchange just over 2 seconds. Vortex stretches his lead to 4-2 right now. Sub 2 seconds again, just pure speed. He doesn't miss. 3 in a row for Vortex and he takes no damage. He's currently playing like the rank 2 player on the ladder. Catalyst snaps that run with a clean kill, showing some real resilience to pull it back to 3-5. The favorite is feeling the pressure now. Vortex has been the hotter player today with a 25-18 record over the last 24 hours. That form is carrying over here and it's helping him overcome the historical gap usually seen in this matchup. Now we see if he can turn this lead into a blowout. Vortex pushes it to 7-4, really pulling away. Sub 1 second, just an absolute blur. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying a 70% all-time head-to-head deficit to stay on top. Catalyst is struggling to keep pace as we head into the second half. Side swap time for a He stays composed through a longer exchange, walking away untouched to make it 6-7. Walking away without taking a single point of damage. Whoa, a total bloodbath. He survives by a threat to tie this up at 7-7. Insane. He just barely keeps this comeback alive. Unreal. He survives a total slugfest to take the lead 8-7, making it 3 straight. Another scrape, surviving on just 22 HP. Boom. He makes it 4 in a row without taking a hit, completing the comeback from 4 down. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 5 in a row to lead 10-7. The pre-match favorite is now fighting for his life. Vortex digs in and claws another one back, keeping this comeback alive at 8-10. A bit more breathing room for him after that exchange. Total slugfest that leaves both players gasping, but he wins the scrap to make it 10-9. 7 seconds of pure chaos to bridge the gap. Catalyst digs deep to reclaim the lead 11-9, continuing a gritty fight back after that early deficit. Vortex refuses to go away, winning a 5-second scrap to keep this series alive at 12-10. Insane. He survives a brutal scrap with just 22 HP to make it 12-11. Boom. He survives a chaotic trade to finish the comeback and take the map 13-11. He barely scraped through a couple times under 30 HP, but Catalyst just wouldn't let Vortex take the series. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom face off on Mappas, where the favorite faces a tough challenge today. Phantom holds a 70% win rate on this map, which is significantly higher than what Catalyst has managed here. It is a strange contrast because Catalyst has the head-to-head edge over the last few meetings. The question is whether Phantom can let that map history take over. Catalyst pushes ahead 2-1, putting Phantom on the back foot. He's riding a wave after that 13-11 win over Vortex. Whoa, these rounds are over in a blink. Catalyst is just deleting Phantom before he can even react. Catalyst grabs a 3-2 lead, keeping Phantom desperate. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder refuses to fall behind. Catalyst stretches the gap to 4-2, dominating the pace. The rank 3 guy is making the favorite look human. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 336-280 over the long haul, and is carrying that confidence into this set. He just beat Phantom in their most recent meeting, which seems to be outweighing the ladder rankings right now. We have to see if Phantom can flip the script before this gets out of hand. He doesn't even take damage. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. He picks him off the ramp. 5 in a row for Catalyst. The favorite is playing like a total stranger right now. Unreal. Both players trade heavy damage, but Phantom survives by a threat to snap the streak before the break. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected, despite Phantom's 70% win rate on this map. Catalyst just needs to keep this pace to close it out. Side swap time for a reset. Catalyst makes it 9-4, leaving Phantom in the dust. Phantom rank 2 on the ladder, can't find any answers. Phantom claws one back, but it's 9-5 for Catalyst. He's actually the highest rated guy on the ladder right now. Phantom has the win in his sails now. He's chipping away at that lead, and the momentum has shifted. Insane speed, just over 2 seconds to end that. Catalyst hits 10-6, keeping Phantom at arm's length. Coming off a tough 8-13 loss against Vortex on this map. Catalyst hits 10-7, stalling Phantom's comeback attempt. He's trying to forget that 8-13 loss to Vortex here. He snaps the streak with another quick win, showing a real resilience to bring it to 10-8. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to push the lead to 11-8. Phantom ranked 2 is struggling to keep pace here. He keeps fighting back, pulling it to 11-9 and showing real grit after that early deficit. Under 2 seconds for that kill. He doesn't take a single point of damage to reach match point 12-9. Clean kill, ending that one in under 2 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. He doesn't take a scratch on the final kill to take the map 13. He just completely ignored that map history to pull off the upset. Catalyst had his number all day. Welcome to Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom face off on Fast Aim, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. He typically gets the better of Vortex, and he actually won their most recent meeting 13-8. The question is whether Phantom can flip the script after a tough 4-9 run over the last day. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Vortex rank 3 on the ladder, looks comfortable here. Phantom fights back to tie it up at 2 apiece. Insane, a bayonet kill to level it up. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to push the lead to 3-2. The underdog currently holding the lead. Phantom catches Vortex right on the ramp to keep this a dead heat. A thin margin separates these two on the ladder. Vortex edges ahead 4-3 in a total nail-biter. Fast reflexes gone in just over a second. Phantom strikes back, locking this at 4-4. Just a single point separates these two on the ladder. Phantom picks him off the ramp to keep the streak alive. The favorite is asserting his control here. He doesn't miss. That's 3 in a row for Phantom, and he doesn't even take a hit. The favorite is taking a grip on the server here. Vortex snaps that run with a clean kill before they head into the break. Clean kill to wrap up the half. 6 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected, with neither player gaining a real advantage. Phantom has a 67% win rate on this map, but Vortex is holding his own to keep this tied. Side swap, total reset. Vortex claims the lead, moving ahead 7-6. The favorite is flipping the script on the underdog here. Vortex is sitting on a 25-17 record over the last day. He's playing with a lot more confidence than Phantom, who has struggled with a 4-9 run in that same window. The question is if Phantom can stop this slide before the gap widens. Vortex knocks him off the ramp, making it 4 in a row. Our rank 3 and rank 4 players are separated by a single point. He denies him from the ramp to break the run, making it 10-7. Phantom rank 4 still chasing that top 3 spot. He picks him off from the ramp, showing real resilience to make it 10-8. The favorite is finally starting to look like the favorite. Vortex knocks him off the wine box, extending that lead to 3. Vortex coming off a 13-10 win against Catalyst an hour ago. He doesn't take a single hit to snap that streak and hit match point. Boom. A clean 2-second kill to close it out. Boom. He deletes him in under a second to take the map. He finally gets one over on Phantom and flips that head-to-head history on its head today. Big upset here. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex take on the Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. Even though Vortex is the slight favorite for this specific map, Catalyst has consistently come out on top in their recent meetings. The question is whether that mental edge outweighs the map statistics. Vortex leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Battle of the top 5 on the ladder right here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex. The number 2 player on the ladder is struggling here. Catalyst snaps the run with a lightning fast kill, bringing the score to 2-3. Unreal, he just ended that in a blink. Catalyst levels it up. We're deadlocked at 3-3. Just like their last meeting on Orange. Whoa! A total slugfest. He survives the scrap to make it 3 in a row. Coming off a 13-11 win against him on Orange recently. Vortex cleans that up without taking a hit, tying it back up at 4-4. 2 of the top 3 on the ladder fighting for every inch. Catalyst pulls ahead, 5-4 to reclaim the lead. The number 2 player on the ladder, proving why he's the favorite. Insane. A complete bloodbath that leaves him clinging to just 11 HP to tie it 5-5. 2 of the top 3 on the ladder fighting for a lead. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a slim 6-5 lead. Clean kill, didn't even let him breathe. Coming off. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break. This half tracks expectations with the favorite holding a slim lead despite Vortex's 50% win rate on Dunes. Both players traded 3 round streaks to keep this close. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst nudges ahead 7-6, keeping the momentum high. Just a 3-point rating gap between these two on the ladder. Vortex has been more active today with a 24-17 record in the last 24 hours. Despite that volume, he is struggling to close the gap against the second best player on our ladder. The question now is if Vortex can break this slide before Catalyst pulls away. Catalyst surges to 9-6, really pulling away now. The rank 2 player on the ladder just looks too sharp. Wow, a complete war of attrition. Vortex survives with 10 HP to show some real resilience here. Pure grit to pull that out with a sliver of health. He doesn't even take a hit, snapping the streak to keep this comeback alive at 9-8. Vortex catches him on the box to tie it at 9-9, keeping a 3-round streak alive. He shuts down the run with a clean kill to reclaim the lead, 10-9. Only a 3-point rating gap between these two on the ladder. Vortex doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 10-10, continuing an incredible fight back. The slight favorite finally found his footing. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. The number 2 player on the ladder reclaiming control. He doesn't even take a hit. Vortex shows incredible resilience to lock this up at 11-11. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to reach match point, continuing this incredible comeback. He shuts it down without taking a hit, forcing this entire match into overtime at 12-12. Just a 3-point gap between them on our rating. Catalyst just snatched the momentum back, turning a late game surge from Vortex into a 2-round lead. Took a bit longer this time, but he closes it out. Unreal. He wipes him out without taking a hit, making it 3 in a row. Vortex answers back with a clean kill, showing real grit to keep this overtime alive. At 14-13, the slight favorite refuses to let this one slip. He doesn't take a single hit to tie it at 14-14, continuing this resilient climb. Clean as a whistle, not even a scratch on him. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit to reach match point at 15-14. Vortex digs deep to force a deadlock at 15-15, keeping this incredible comeback alive. Wow, a total deadlock after 30 rounds of play. Catalyst surges ahead 16-15 to seize the advantage. Vortex levels it at 16-16. This is absolute insanity. Catalyst strikes back to lead 17-16 in this thriller. He's playing the role of favorite in this one. Vortex forces a 17-17 deadlock. Absolute madness here. Pure chaos. Neither one can pull away. Vortex edges ahead 18-17 in this nail biter. 2 in a row for him today. Catalyst fights back to make it 18-18. Absolute deadlock. The rank 2 player on the ladder refusing to stay down. Vortex grabs the lead, 19-18 in this absolute war. Vortex pushes to 20-18, seizing a commanding grip. The slight favorite is finally asserting himself. Vortex extends the gap to 21-18, looking dominant. Just completely shut down that attempt at a comeback. Vortex hits 22-18, putting a chokehold on this. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse in overtime. Catalyst had his number for so long, but he couldn't stop that final run. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Phantom take on Italy today, with the favorite facing a tough test here. Catalyst holds a 337-280 lead in their head-to-head history. He has won 4 of their last 5 meetings, and that psychological edge is playing a role early on. The question is whether Phantom can use his superior map win rate to flip the script. He doesn't even take a hit, 3 in a row for Catalyst. The number 2 guy on the ladder is just too fast. Both players trade heavy damage in a scrap, but he survives to make it 4 in a row, coming off a 39 win against him just now. Phantom snaps the run with a clean hit, bringing it to 4-1. Both players sitting in the top 5 of our rating. Phantom catches him from the wine to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience here. Another clean hit. He's won 3 straight now, clawing back into this match. The underdog is flipping the script here. Unreal, he keeps it rolling with a clean kill to tie this up at 4-4. The underdog has completely erased the lead. Catalyst knocks him off the wine to reclaim the lead. 5-4. The favorite gets his footing back. Phantom has struggled today with a 4-10 record over the last 24 hours. That poor form is colliding with Catalyst's current momentum, as the favorite has won 3 straight matches across his recent outings. The question is whether Phantom can break the slide before the gap widens. Catalyst leads 7-5. This half is tracking expectations as the favorite holds a slim edge despite a mirroring set of 4-round streaks. Phantom has a 66% win rate on Italy, so he'll look to use that map knowledge after the switch. Side swap, fresh start. He doesn't take a single hit, continuing his climb back into this match at 7-6. Pure speed, taking that down in just over a second. Catalyst pushes ahead 8-6 to regain some breathing room. Battle between the number 2 and number 4 guys on the ladder. Catalyst extends his cushion to 9-6 with that kill. Insane speed. That one was over in under half a second. He catches him from the wine for 3 in a row, breaking Phantom's run. The number 2 guy on the ladder just looks too composed. Phantom snaps that run with a clean hit, leaving the score at 10-7. A battle between the number 2 and 4 guys on the ladder. A messy exchange, but he survives the scrap to make it 2 in a row. Tough way to go, left with only 47 HP. Catalyst is pulling away here. He's just 2 rounds shy of closing this out. He's carrying a 60% win rate over his last 10. Phantom answers back here, showing real grit to keep this contest alive at 11-9. The underdog refuses to go away quietly. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 2 in a row for Phantom as he continues to claw back. Catalyst shuts him down off the wine to reach match point. 12-10. The favorite keeps the upper hand when it counts. Boom! Catalyst catches him from the wine to take the map 13-10. Phantom had the map history on his side today, but he just couldn't close those gaps. He had to work for that. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Phantom face off now, with the favorite looking to secure another big win. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history, which usually gives him the upper hand here, but he's currently on a 4-11 run over the last 24 hours, while Vortex is playing much better today. The question is if Phantom can find some stability before this gap widens. Whoa, whoa. Vortex barely hangs on with 19 HP to make it 3 in a row. He's currently the number 2 player on the ladder. Unreal. He didn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row. Coming off a 13-8 win against him on fast aim recently. Phantom catches him off the ramp to break the run, making it 4-1. Phantom rank 4 on the ladder is trying to close that gap. Phantom knocks him off the ramp for 2 in a row, showing real resilience here. 2 quick kills to pull this within. Quick reactions to secure that second. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Total shutdown, not even letting him get a shot off. Vortex answers back without taking a hit, pushing his lead to 5-3. Vortex is one of the most active players today with 24 wins. Phantom picks him off the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this resilient push. Pure lightning, that kill took barely a second. Phantom cleans him up without taking a hit, leveling the score at 5-5. Complete reset here, right back to square one. Vortex edges ahead, 6-5, breaking the deadlock tie. Fast hands, that kill happened in under 2 seconds. Vortex leads 7-5. This is tracking exactly as expected, with the favorite holding a slim lead. Phantom is fighting back, but he's struggling to shake off a 4-11 run from today. Side swap, time for a reset. Vortex is sitting on a 24-17 record over the last 24 hours, and that momentum is carrying him right through this set. He's currently the second highest rated player on the ladder, and he's playing like it against a struggling Phantom. The question is if Phantom can break this run before it becomes a blowout. Vortex pulls away further, now commanding a 9-6 lead. Phantom comes into this one, having lost 3 straight today. Vortex is pulling ahead here. He's just 3 rounds away from closing this out. Phantom is struggling after losing 3 straight matches today. And again, he keeps it rolling with a clean kill to make it 3 in a row. Phantom's coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Catalyst earlier. Another clean kill makes it 4 in a row. Vortex is at match point. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder is playing exactly like the favorite. Game over. He finishes the set with a perfect kill to take it 13-6. He completely flips the script on their head-to-head history. Vortex is just on another level today. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on Mappas, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst takes the first one from the ramp, starting things off fast. Vortex is the best player on the ladder right now. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 490-208 over the long term, but Vortex has the psychological edge after winning their last meeting. This match is a battle for the top of the ladder, and we're seeing that clash of rankings play out in real time. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his historical dominance here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Vortex. The best player on the ladder is proving it right now. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to snap the streak, making it 3-2. Fastest kill of the match so far. Vortex levels it up. We're deadlocked at 3-3. The top 3 on the ladder, fighting for every inch. Vortex edges ahead, taking a 4-3 lead. Sub-second reaction there to take the lead. Vortex picks him off the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He's currently the best player on the ladder. Breaks the streak and keeps it rolling. 3 in a row for Vortex. He's currently the best player on the ladder. He doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience to pull this back to 4-6. A much slower pace there to get back in it. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to snap the streak, showing real grit before the break. A bit more patient on this one to keep the momentum. (5-7) Vortex. We expected Catalyst to control this, but the underdog is currently pulling off a surprise. Vortex is using his 48% map win rate to hold the lead heading into the second half. Side swap. Let's see the reset. He doesn't take a single hit. Catalyst continues this climb after being down 3. The favorite is fighting to keep that slim lead. He wipes him out to tie it at 7-7, showing real resilience to erase that early deficit. The slight underdog is now the one under pressure. Vortex snatches the lead, pushing it to 8-7. Coming off that 22-18 win in their last meeting too. Boom, boom. He knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit to tie it at 8-8. A bit more of a standoff there to get it level. He wins the trade to take a 9-8 lead, continuing this resilient climb. Took a bit longer to resolve this time. The slight favorite is now the one fighting from behind. Vortex claws back to make it 9-9. Absolute deadlock. The best player on the ladder refusing to stay down. A messy exchange where he manages to survive the trade to lead 10-9. Barely survived that one with 41 HP left. Whoa, a sliver of health left to keep the lead. Vortex strikes back. We are tied 10-10 for the win. A much longer standoff, this time to get it level. Vortex is starting to pull away here, putting some real distance between him and Catalyst. The ladder's top-rated player is putting on a clinic. He survives a scrap to tie it at 11-11, continuing this resilient push from behind. Much faster resolution to get this back to even. Insane, he knocks him off the ramp and survives with a sliver of health for match point. Unreal, he clings on with just 21 HP to take the lead. Cautious standoff ends with a clean kill to tie it 12-12. We're heading to overtime. The slight favorite is now fighting to avoid the upset. absolute bloodbath. He barely hangs on with 21 HP to take the lead, 13-12. Insane. He's now survived 2 different scraps with 21 HP. We've hit a complete stalemate. Neither player can put together a real run to close this out. Vortex picks him off the ramp to keep the momentum moving. Coming off a strong 24-17 run today. Vortex knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit to reach match point. A much faster resolution to put the pressure on. Unreal. He drops him off the ramp without taking a hit to win the map. He really fought through the noise in overtime to keep that top spot on the ladder. Catalyst just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Welcome to Orange. Catalyst and Phantom face off today with the favorite facing a tough test on this map. Phantom holds a 62% win rate on this map, giving him a clear historical edge here. It's a contrast to their head-to-head history, where Catalyst usually comes out on top. The question is whether Phantom can leverage this map advantage to break a recent losing streak. Phantom leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Our rank 3 player is just reminding him who the favorite is. Quick reactions only. These last 2 rounds have been over in a blink. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. He's coming off a 21-20 run over the last day. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst, who just snapped the opponent's momentum. Phantom's 4-12 run today starting to show. Wow, he survives on just 7 HP after a wild exchange. 5 in a row now. The slight favorite is struggling to find a response. Boom, Phantom snaps the run with a clean hit, showing some real resilience here. Fastest kill of the match so far. Another one for Phantom, who doesn't even take a hit as he continues this comeback. The slight favorite is finally pushing. Catalyst holds a 338-280 lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. He's using that long-term psychological edge to keep Phantom from building any real momentum. The question is whether Phantom can finally flip the script on this rivalry. Six at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected for the favorite, as Catalyst weathered a map disadvantage to keep things level. He survived the scare after that 5-round run to enter the second half tied. Sides swap fresh start. He wins a frantic scramble to take the lead 7-6, continuing this gritty comeback. That scramble was way tighter than the last two. Catalyst answers back, leaving us deadlocked at 7-7. Pure speed on that one, less than a second to decide it. Unreal, both players trade heavy damage in a bloodbath, but he claws it out to lead 8-7. Both players are just scraping by on health right now. He snaps the streak and takes a 2-round lead, continuing this gritty fight back. The slight favorite is finally asserting control here. Phantom edges ahead 9-8 after a clinical strike. 2 of the top 5 players on the ladder right now. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, pulling back into a dead heat. Our rank 4 player is struggling with a 4-loss streak lately. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst to take the lead 10-9. Phantom answers back to tie it at 10-10, showing great resilience to erase that lead. The slight favorite is refusing to let the lead slip away. He doesn't take a single hit, snapping the streak to lead 11-10 as the comeback continues. Phantom doesn't take a hit, winning 3 straight to reach match point. The slight favorite is now just a single kill from the win. Unreal. He finishes the run without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He finally flips the script on this rivalry and stops that long losing streak. Catalyst fought hard, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Vortex and Phantom take the stage on Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test. Vortex enters this one on a 4-win streak, carrying a lot of momentum into the server. He's currently the best player on our ladder, and he's already showing that edge against the Phantom, who has struggled in his last 10 matches. The question is if Phantom can lean on his historical lead in this head-to-head to flip the script. Untouched. 3 in a row for Vortex, who's just completely taking over this match. The best player on our ladder is proving it right now. Phantom answers back. He breaks the run to keep this fight alive at 3-1. The slight favorite is finally starting to wake up. He does it again. 2 in a row for Phantom, who refuses to let this game slip away. The slight favorite is finally asserting his will. Unreal, he erases the deficit entirely, making it 3-3 with 3 straight wins. Vortex snaps that run, taking a 4-3 lead with a clean hit. Coming off a 13-6 win against him earlier today. Vortex has been the hotter hand today, putting up a 23-17 record over the last 24 hours. That form is contrasting sharply with Phantom, who has struggled to find the win column in his recent matches. We have to wonder if Phantom can stop this slide before the gap widens. Phantom doesn't even take a hit here, erasing the lead to tie it at 5-5. Clean work, not even taking a hit to level this up. 3 in a row for Phantom, who doesn't take a single hit to take the lead before the break. Phantom leads 7-5. The underdog is defying the rankings and pushing the world #1 to the limit. Phantom is playing up to his 63% win rate on Dunes to keep this upset on track. Side swap, time for a reset. He doesn't take a single hit, showing real resilience to push the lead to 8-5. The underdog is firmly in control of the pace now. Vortex answers back, showing real grit to cut the lead to 6-8. Fastest kill of the match so far, just over a second. Vortex catches him from the box, taking 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. The highest rated guy on the ladder is fighting back. Phantom holds the slide and pushes the lead to 9-7, showing real resilience here. The underdog's playing exactly like the favorite today. He knocks him off the Tetris without taking a hit, extending the lead to 10-7. Phantom is playing exactly like the favorite today. Vortex catches him from the box without taking a hit, showing real resilience to make it 8-10. Trade-off from the box, and he wins it without taking a hit, making it 9-10. 2 straight without taking a hit. Phantom picks him off the box without taking a hit, showing real resilience to lead 11-9. The slight favorite is now just 2 rounds from the finish. Vortex catches him on the Tetris without taking a hit, continuing this resilient push. The ladder's top seat is refusing to go quietly. He catches him from the box to tie it at 11-11, erasing a 3-round deficit. Insane, he just clawed his way back to that heat. Boom, he shuts down the rally with a clean hit to reach match point. Cold as ice, not taking a single hit to get here. Game over. Phantom shuts the door without taking a hit, completing a gritty comeback to take the win. He just snapped that losing skid in a huge way. Vortex fought back hard, but he couldn't stop that sub-half second reaction. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 490-209 over the long term, but Vortex is the best player on our ladder. He actually took the win in their most recent meeting, so the question is whether he can overturn that historical deficit today. Catalyst edges ahead 2-1, putting the pressure on Vortex. The best player on our ladder, showing why he's number one. These rounds are flying by. We're seeing a lot of quick kills as Catalyst starts to pull ahead. The best player on our ladder currently fighting an uphill battle. Catalyst dominates the board, now leading 4-1. Gone in a blink, just 1.5 seconds. Vortex doesn't miss a shot, showing some real grit to bring it to 4-2. The slight favorite is starting to push. Whoa, a total slugfest. He survives by a thread to make it 4-3. Insane, he survived 2 in a row with his health in the red. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean with a perfect round to tie it at 4-4. The ladder's top player has completely flipped the script. Catalyst answers back with a clean kill to take a 5-4 lead. The top 3 on the ladder fighting for every inch here. Vortex is showing real resilience here, erasing the deficit to tie it at 5-5. Done in just over a second. He snaps that streak and takes the lead 6-5 right before the break. Wraps up the first half with a clean look. Took a bit longer this time, but he gets the result. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. Catalyst entered as the clear favorite, but the underdog is defying that history. Vortex used a 3-round streak to seize control and put himself in a position to pull off the upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Vortex picks him off the wine without taking a hit, continuing the comeback to make it 8-5. The highest rated guy on our ladder is taking over here. Catalyst answers back without taking a single hit, showing some real resilience to make it 6-8. A clean look to keep this game within reach. He doesn't even take a hit, snapping off 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. The slight favorite is feeling the heat now. Boom. He wipes the slate clean with 3 in a row to tie it at 8-8. The slight favorite is now fighting to regain any ground. Both players land heavy hits, but he survives the exchange to reclaim a 9-8 lead. A scrappy exchange, but he gets the result. Wow, he survives a total war from the wine to tie it 9-9. Man, he just barely held on to level the score. Insane. He survives a brutal exchange with only 4 HP to make it 10-9. Absolute chaos. He's just refused to go down. Vortex knocks him off the wine to tie this up at 10-10. The slight favorite manages to keep it a dead heat. Vortex snaps that streak and takes the lead 11-10, showing great resilience to keep climbing. The slight favorite is now just 2 rounds from closing this out. He shuts down that streak and reaches match point with 3 in a row. The underdog is playing exactly like the favorite today. Game over. Vortex survives the trade and completes the comeback to take the map. He just keeps erasing that historical gap. Catalyst fought hard and nearly stole it, but he couldn't stop the #1 seed today. What a match. Welcome to Fast Aim. Catalyst and Phantom face off now with the favorite facing a tough test today. Phantom catches him right off the ramp to take the early lead here. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him just now. Catalyst catches Phantom right on the ramp to even things up. Phantom's 67% win rate on this map gives him the edge. Catalyst leads the head-to-head 338-281 across their history, but that long-term edge isn't showing up today. He's currently on a 3-match losing streak, including a close one against Vortex just moments ago. The question is whether he can break that slump before Phantom pulls away. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to keep the momentum moving his way. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder, holds the edge. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to push the lead to 4. Phantom is riding a high after that 13-11 win over Vortex. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Phantom. A top 5 battle on the ladder right now. He wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit. That's 4 in a row. The underdog is comfortably taking control here. Keeps it rolling, 5 in a row for Phantom to make it 7-2. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is simply not budging. 6 in a row for Phantom, who now leads 8-2. Our rank 4 player is struggling to find a response. 7 in a row for Phantom, who doesn't even take a hit before the break. Pure speed, just under 2 seconds for that kill. Phantom leads 10-2 at the break. Catalyst entered as the heavy favorite, but he's getting outplayed here. That 8-round win streak puts Phantom in a great spot to pull off the upset. Catalyst needs a total reset here. Phantom has gone 6-12 in the last 24 hours, showing some vulnerability despite the current lead. He's facing a player who has a 70% all-time win rate, and Catalyst is starting to chip away. The question is if this is a genuine comeback or just a brief lapse in focus. Phantom takes him from the wall to hold that little run. The rank 3 player is refusing to let the lead slip. Catalyst picks him right off the ramp to keep this fight alive. A tough stretch for him with 3 straight losses today. Catalyst makes it 3 in a row. He's narrowing the gap and putting some real pressure on Phantom now. Tight fight. He survives that one with only 47 HP. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst, and he doesn't take a single hit. The heavy favorite is finally flipping the script. Phantom shuts down the comeback and reaches match point without taking a hit. The slight favorite gets his grip back when it matters most. Boom! He catches him from the toolbox to close it out and take the map. He really flipped the script on their head-to-head history today. Phantom's just too strong on this map. Welcome to Berserk League. Vortex and Phantom face off on red line where the favorite faces a very tough test. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. He also took the most recent meeting between these two, so he clearly knows how to handle the best player on our ladder. The question is whether Vortex can flip the script here. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to keep this run going. The best player on our ladder is taking over. He knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit, 3 in a row. The highest rated guy on the ladder is playing exactly to his seed. Phantom answers back without taking a hit, pulling it to 3-2. He's coming off a strong 13-8 win against Catalyst. We are all squared up at 3-3 between Vortex and Phantom. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder looks comfortable here. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Vortex is riding a 24-16 run over the last day. Phantom levels it up. We're deadlocked at 4-4. Just like their last meeting on Blame Dunes. Phantom picks him right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Clean kill on the ramp to take the lead. A scrap on the ramp ends with him taking 3 in a row. Scrapped it out, but he still came out on top. Tough break for him to lose that lead so quickly. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to close out the half at 5-6. Quick kill there to set up the side switch. Quick snap to keep this close before the break. 6 at the break. This is playing out exactly as expected with the top 2 seeds trading blows. Phantom is leaning on his 58% win rate on red line to keep the one-on-one player from pulling away. Side swap, fresh start. Both of them on the ramp, but Vortex is too fast. He's really starting to pull away here. Phantom is struggling to find his footing after a 7-12 day. Vortex picks him right off the Tetris. He's just completely taken over this match. The favorite is finally asserting his rank as the best player. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row to make it 9-6. Phantom entered this one as the slight favorite. He stalks him for a few seconds before landing a clean shot. That's 4 in a row. Phantom leads the all-time head-to-head 20-56, 13-65. Phantom catches him from the ramp to finally break that run. Quick snap there to keep this within 2. He wins the scrap to make it 2 in a row, showing real resilience in this comeback. The slight favorite is finally starting to close the gap. That was over in a blink. Vortex is moving back into a 3-round lead. That was over in a heartbeat. Phantom wins the trade-off on the ramp without taking a hit, continuing this resilient climb. Fast trade, but he had the better reaction there. Phantom takes a few seconds to find the mark, but he finishes the job without taking a hit to make it 11-10. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is erasing that lead. He wins the scramble to tie this up at 11-11. That's 3 straight for him. Complete reversal of momentum in just a few minutes. Vortex knocks him off the Tetris to reach match point at 12-11. Fast kill to snap that momentum right back. Unreal. Phantom denies him from the Tetris to tie this up at 12-12. Wow, a total reset just as we hit the limit. These rounds are taking longer to settle, but Vortex is finally pushing this one to the limit. Boom, he shuts it down and secures the map. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 13-13. The resilience is unreal. They're trading rounds like clockwork. Neither one is giving an inch in this deadlock. Quick snap there to regain the lead. Vortex survives the trade and shuts it down. He's now just one round away. Barely survived that one with 48 health. Scary close, but he keeps his composure. Phantom doesn't take a single hit, refusing to let the door close on this comeback. Insane, he doesn't even take a scratch there. Boom, boom, boom. Vortex picks him off the Tetris to seal the victory. He finally flips the script on a guy who's had his number for years. Phantom fought back in overtime, but it wasn't quite enough. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex face off now with the favorite looking to bounce back from a rough streak. Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder. He's carrying that momentum from a recent win over Catalyst, showing that the historical gap between them is closing. The question is whether Catalyst can rely on his map experience to turn this around. Catalyst catches him from the ramp to keep this close. We've got a real toss-up on our hands. He's the rank 4 guy on our ladder. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. Catalyst and Vortex go again. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to him just now. Vortex edges ahead, 3-2, seizing the lead here. Quick response under 3 seconds. These rounds are ending in a blink. Vortex is just too fast for him right now. The best player on our ladder is just playing better. Vortex picks him off the boost to make it 3 in a row. Typical of his 25-15 run today. Catalyst takes him from the boost, showing some real resilience to cut the lead to 3-5. Clean kill, just over 6 seconds to settle it. Another one for him. Catalyst makes it 2 in a row to keep this comeback alive. 4 seconds in, and he's already shut him down. Vortex knocks him off the boost to reclaim the lead. He's fighting the historical trend here. Vortex is playing like the best player on our ladder. Whoa, Vortex scrapes by and knocks him off the ramp in a total slugfest before the break. Barely survived that one with under 30 HP. Vortex leads 8-4. The underdog is defying the 70% head-to-head advantage Catalyst holds over him. Vortex is playing the role of the aggressor here, and Catalyst is struggling to stop the bleeding. Side swap. Let's see the response. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to keep this competitive. He's fighting back to close that gap. Fast trade settled in just 3 seconds. Vortex has a 25-15 record in the last 24 hours, and that confidence is showing in how he's handling this set. He's currently playing a different game than the version of himself that Catalyst usually beats. If he keeps this pace, he'll secure a rare sweep of their recent meetings. Vortex extends it to 10-6, putting on a clinic. Fast response settled in exactly 3 seconds. Unreal. That was basically a teleport. Vortex is just blinking across the screen and ending these instantly. Catalyst snipes him off the box. He's refusing to let this game slip away completely. Fast reflex kill to knock him off the box. Catalyst is putting together a real run here, cutting into that lead and shifting the energy of the match. Coming off an 18-22 stretch over the last day. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit, making it 3 in a row to keep this comeback charging. The slight favorite is suddenly under a lot of pressure. Insane. He takes 0 damage and makes it 4 in a row, erasing that early deficit. Wow, he's barely taken a scratch during this run. Vortex halts the run and hits match point, leading 12-10. Cold-blooded response to shut that comeback down. The slight favorite is finally regained. Boom, boom, boom. Vortex shuts the door and takes the map, 13-10. He just completely flipped the script on that historical head-to-head. Catalyst fought back hard, but he couldn't close it. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Catalyst and Phantom face off on Orange, where the favorite meets a tough challenge. Catalyst leads their head-to-head record 338-282, but Phantom took their most recent meeting with a comfortable win. That historical edge for Catalyst is fighting against a much stronger map win rate for Phantom. The question is if the favorite can keep this early lead. Catalyst holds a tight 2-1 grip on this series. Phantom is currently ranked 3 on the ladder. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here, putting a lot of pressure on Phantom early on. Phantom, ranked 3 on the ladder, can't seem to find an answer. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Catalyst is shaking off a 5-loss streak with this start. Phantom snaps the run. He's showing some real resilience to keep this close at 4-2. Quick exchange there, just over 2 seconds. Catalyst is sitting on a 70% all-time win rate across thousands of matches. He's generally the more consistent player over the long haul, and that baseline experience is helping him navigate this lead. The question is whether Phantom can use his higher ranking to close this gap. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to push this lead to 3 games. Coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Vortex just now. Clean hit from Phantom, who refuses to let the lead slip further. The underdog is refusing to stay down. Catalyst pushes it to 7-4, keeping Phantom at bay. He's fighting back after a rough 18-22 day so far. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected, despite Phantom holding a 62% win rate on Orange. Catalyst has the momentum heading into the side switch. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst hits 9, leaving Phantom stranded at 4. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is struggling to find a gap. Phantom close 1 back to make it 9-5. Fast exchange there, wrapped up in under 2 seconds. Catalyst is pulling away now. Phantom needs to string a few together quickly, or this one wraps up fast. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly here. Catalyst is just a couple of quick snaps away from closing this out. Phantom is fighting a steep uphill battle now. He doesn't take a single hit to bring it to 12-5. Match point for Catalyst. Exactly the result expected from the favorite. Phantom snaps that run to keep the dream alive at 12-6. Insane reaction, wrapped up in just over a second. He makes it 2 in a row, breaking the streak to keep this contest alive at 12-7. He's fighting to avoid the same fate as his loss to Vortex. Boom! Catalyst shuts the door to take the map 13-7. He completely ignored the map stats to get this one. Catalyst just had too much for Phantom today. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Vortex and Phantom face off on Italy, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Vortex is carrying a 25-14 record over the last 24 hours. He is the best player on our ladder right now, and he's playing with a level of confidence that Phantom hasn't found today. The question is whether the historical edge Phantom holds here can outweigh this current gap in form. Phantom leads 2-1 and has the momentum now. Insane. He barely scrapes through that slugfest to tie it up at 2-2. Phantom pulls ahead 3-2 with a massive play. Half a second blink and you missed it. Unreal. They both tear into each other in a total bloodbath, but he survives with a sliver of health to make it 4-2. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to make it 3 in a row. Vortex answers back, cuts the lead to 3-5 and shows some real grit. Quick reflex there to snap that. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 2 in a row, continuing this climb back into the game. Our highest rated guy on the ladder is closing the gap. Wow, he doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 5-5. 3 in a row. Complete reset here, we've got a dead heat. Phantom snaps the run with a clean kill to lead 6-5 heading into the break. Perfect timing to wrap the half. This is tracking exactly as expected. Vortex is the favorite, but Phantom's 66% win rate on Italy keeps this a dead heat. Both players traded 3-round streaks to keep the score level. Fresh start. Let's go. Phantom edges ahead 7-6 to seize the lead. Phantom holds the edge in their all-time head-to-head. Phantom holds a 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. While Vortex took their most recent meeting 16-14, Phantom seems to have the mental edge when these two clash. The question is if the top player on the ladder can stop this slide before the gap opens wider. Vortex doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience as he cuts the lead to 7-9. He does it again. A second straight win without taking a hit as he keeps this comeback alive. Unreal. He wipes the slate clean to tie it at 9-9, making that 3 in a row. The ladder's top player is finally asserting that rank. Phantom catches him in a scrap to break the run and take a 10-9 lead, coming off a tough 7-13 loss to Catalyst earlier today. Phantom's pulling ahead now. He's found a way to stack these wins and put some distance between them. Vortex doesn't take a hit in under half a second, showing real grit to keep this comeback alive. Insane. He survives a total war with barely anything left to reach match point at 12-10. Absolute bloodbath. He barely holds on with 20 HP. Boom. Phantom doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. He just couldn't shake that head-to-head ghost. Vortex was on fire today, but Phantom's grip on Italy was just too strong. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on May Pass, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to take an early lead. The best player on the ladder starts things off strong. Unreal, he barely survives that slugfest with 14 HP to tie it 1-1. Vortex is the best player on the ladder right now. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head 490-211, but that history isn't helping him here. Vortex won their most recent meeting as well, and he's clearly carrying that momentum into this series. The question is whether Catalyst can flip the script before this gets out of hand. Vortex edges ahead 3-2, putting the pressure on Catalyst. Quick exchange there to keep it close. The rank 4 guy refuses to let this slip away. These rounds are ending in a blink. Neither player is giving an inch of ground today. Vortex is playing like the best player on the ladder right now. Vortex grips a 4-3 lead as we hit round 7. Fastest exchange of the match so far. Catalyst close back to even it up at 4-4. The best player on the ladder is feeling the heat now. Vortex catches him right on the ramp to take back the lead. He's coming off a 24-15 day so far. Catalyst levels the playing field at 5-5. Blink! And you missed it. Vortex nudges ahead 6-5 to reclaim the lead. Vortex holds the edge on this map historically. Vortex leads 7-5. The favorite is struggling here, and Vortex is proving the pre-match hype right. He's leveraging his 48% win rate on Mapas to keep Catalyst on the back foot heading into the switch. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex is coming in with a 24-15 record over the last day, and that sharp form is translating directly into this lead. He's currently playing like the best player on the ladder, while Catalyst is fighting against a losing record in the same window. It's a question of whether Catalyst can find a way to stabilize. Vortex pulls away to a 9-6 lead. Our number 1 guy on the ladder keeps the pressure on. Vortex is putting on a clinic with the speed here. That last round was over in a heartbeat. Pure speed there, over in just 1 second. He snaps the streak and keeps it rolling with 3 in a row, leading 11-6. The highest rated guy on the ladder is just too sharp. He shuts it down in a second, making it 4 in a row. Match point for Vortex. Just a blur of movement to close that one out. Boom, he closes out the 5th in a row to take the map. 13-6. That second half run just broke him. Vortex really had his number today and proves why he's sitting at the top. Welcome to Fast Aim. Catalyst takes on Phantom in this 1v1 with the favorite facing a tough test today. Phantom holds a 67% win rate on this specific map, which is a significant advantage over Catalyst's historical performance here. While Catalyst usually dominates their head-to-head meetings, Phantom has the map edge today. The question is if that familiarity can carry him through this series. Phantom leads 2-1 as Catalyst fights to stay alive. Phantom, rank 3 on the ladder, gets a quick wake-up call. Wow, that was over in a blink. Phantom is just too fast for him right now. The rank 3 player is asserting himself early. Phantom cruises to a 4-1 lead. Catalyst is struggling. In just over a second, he's just too fast. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Phantom. A total reversal from their last meeting where Catalyst won 13-7. Catalyst answers back, snapping the round to keep it 2-5. The rank 5 player isn't going away quietly. He catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, making it 2 in a row. The underdog is starting to flip the script here. Catalyst has an 18-22 record over the last 24 hours, and that fatigue might be showing. He's usually the heavy favorite in this matchup, but he's struggling to maintain the lead here. The question is whether Phantom can keep this momentum through the half. Phantom takes it from the ramp, putting a significant gap between him and Catalyst. A much slower exchange, but he still closes it out. Phantom knocks him off the ramp, making it 3 in a row before the break. A slower fight, but he closes it out before the break. Phantom leads 8-4. We expected Catalyst to run away with this, but the underdog is flipping the script. Phantom is leaning on that 67% map win rate to keep the favorite on his heels. Side swap, Catalyst needs a Phantom pushes to 9-4, leaving Catalyst in a hole. Phantom, rank 3 on the ladder, is playing the role of favorite. Catalyst claws one back to make it 5-9. He's fighting to reclaim that 55% head-to-head edge. Phantom is just pulling away now. He's making this look far too easy for the rank 3 player. Coming off a 13-10 win over Vortex. Phantom is just pulling further ahead here. He's making a huge gap in a match where Catalyst usually has the upper hand. Catalyst refuses to let this slide. He's trading rounds now, making Phantom work for every single one. He's fighting back after that 6-13 loss to Vortex. Phantom wins the trade on the ramp, putting him at match point. Clean win, didn't even take a hit. Boom! He closes it out and takes the map 13-6. He just completely erased that head-to-head deficit. Phantom had his number all day on this map. Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Phantom face off today with the favorite facing a tough test. Vortex enters this as the best player on our ladder, but Phantom holds a clear edge in their head-to-head history. That historical gap is why Phantom was the pre-match favorite despite the current score. The question is whether Vortex can finally break that pattern. Vortex picks him right off the boost to keep this early lead. Phantom enters this after a 13-6 win over Catalyst. Vortex leads 2-1, putting the pressure on Phantom. Insane speed on that kill, just 1 second. We're all squared up at 2 apiece for Phantom. Vortex, our best player on the ladder, is feeling the heat. Phantom takes this one almost untouched. That's 3 in a row. Exactly how things went in their last meeting. He keeps it rolling. That's 4 in a row for Phantom. The ladder's best player is getting outplayed here. Finally, Vortex snaps that run and cleans him up without taking a hit. He's playing against a guy who's gone 9-14 over the last day. Vortex has a strong 25-14 record over the last 24 hours, yet he's struggling to translate that heat into this specific match. He's facing a player who has a higher win rate on this map and the momentum is shifting. We have to see if Vortex can reverse this trend before it gets out of hand. Phantom pulls ahead 6-4 firmly in the driver's seat, just like that 13-10 result in their last meeting. These last few rounds have been a total toss-up, with neither player able to string together a real lead. Clean kill, barely 2 seconds on the clock. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected with the 2 top players fighting for every round. Phantom's 60% head-to-head win rate shows why this is so close, despite Vortex holding the #1 rank. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex edges ahead 7-6 to seize the momentum. Boom, that's a kill in under 2 seconds. Insane speed, just over a second on that one. Whoa, Vortex survives on a sliver of health to take this from the ramp. 8-6. The favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Phantom claws back to keep it 8-7 for Vortex. The #3 guy on the ladder keeps it tight. Phantom ties it up 8-8. We are deadlocked. The league's top-rated player is struggling to pull away. Phantom knocks him off the boost to make it 3 in a row. Phantom just handled him 13-10 in their most recent meeting. Vortex halts the run with a clean finish to tie it up 9-9. Phantom rank 3 can't shake the top seed tonight. Vortex takes him from the ramp. He's starting to pull away here. The underdog is finally flipping the script on this one. Absolute deadlock at 10-10 as Vortex and Phantom reset. Fast kill, just 2 seconds on that. Wow, that was instant. These rounds are ending in a blink lately. Wow, barely over a second on that kill. We're seeing a total stalemate here. Neither player can string together a lead as they trade rounds back and forth. The rank 3 player is refusing to let the top seed pull away. Phantom snaps the streak with a blink and you miss it kill to reach match point. Unreal speed, just a single second on that kill. Boom! Phantom shuts him down without taking a hit to win the map. Vortex barely scraped through a couple of rounds on a sliver of health, but he couldn't close the gap. Phantom just has his number. What a fight. Welcome to Dunes. Catalyst and Vortex face off today to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in the head-to-head history here. It's a massive career edge, though Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder. The question is whether the ranking gap matters more than the long-term history. Deadlocked at 1 apiece, Catalyst and Vortex are squared. Vortex, the best player on our ladder, is proving it here. Vortex picks him right off the box, and now the momentum is shifting fast. Coming off that 13-6 win in their last meeting. Vortex catches him from the box, making it 3 in a row. The best player on our ladder is making it look easy. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row for Vortex. Done in just over a second. 5 in a row for Vortex. He's just not letting up. Catalyst is playing his toughest map of the day. He doesn't even take a hit. 6 in a row for Vortex. The favorite is struggling to find any answers here. Another clean get. That's 7 in a row for Vortex, leaving Catalyst needing 12 more to win. Vortex is playing like the best player on our ladder. He just keeps winning. That's 8 in a row for Vortex, leaving Catalyst needing 12 more. Mirroring the result from their last meeting on Blame Mappas. Boom! Catalyst catches him from the box to finally snap that 8-round run. Whoa, a tight trade that left him with only 55 HP. Unreal, Catalyst survives with just 7 HP to take it from the box before the break. (3-9) at the break. Catalyst entered as the favorite, but he's getting outplayed here. Vortex used an 8-round streak to take control and is now on the verge of a full upset. Side swap. Fresh start. Catalyst is sitting on a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. His poor recent form is colliding with a tough day on the ladder, and he's now struggling to find a way back into this series. You have to wonder if he can turn it around before this closes out. Vortex shuts him down in under a second to reach match point. Catalyst denies him without taking a single hit, keeping the dream alive at 4-12. Game over. He wipes him out in under a second to take the map. 13-4. He just completely erased that career head-to-head lead. Vortex is officially the man to beat right now. Welcome to Redline. Catalyst and Phantom face off now with the favorite looking to bounce back from a rough streak. Catalyst holds a 78% win rate here, which is a significant edge over Phantom's historical performance on this map. It's an interesting clash because Phantom actually won their most recent head-to-head. The question is whether that recent momentum can override Catalyst's long-term comfort here. Whoa, a total slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to make it 3 in a row. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is struggling here. He picks him off the Tetris without taking a hit. That's 4 in a row. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder is feeling the pressure. Phantom knocks him off the box to break that run, bringing it to 4-1. He's coming off a strong 13-6 win over him just now. Catalyst knocks him off the Tetris, quickly pulling further ahead in this one. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder can't find an answer here. Phantom takes it from the boxes, keeping this much closer than the betting favorites would expect. Phantom rank 3 is fighting to match his recent form. Catalyst knocks him off the boxes, and these rounds are ending in a blink. Catalyst rank 5 is playing for a bounce back after 3 straight losses. Phantom is on a 3-win streak entering this game, showing a level of confidence we haven't seen from Catalyst lately. While Catalyst is the typical favorite here, he's currently struggling with a 17-23 record over the last day. The question is whether Phantom can turn this lead into a full upset. Catalyst pushes it to 7-4, firmly in control now. Done in 2 seconds. Just a quick flick to reset the momentum. Catalyst leads 8-4. This half tracks perfectly with expectations as the favorite uses his 78% map win rate to shut down Phantom. Catalyst. He's playing like the superior player here despite his recent slump. Side swap, fresh start. Phantom holds the Tetris and picks him off the ramp to keep this contest competitive. He's currently rank 3 on the ladder. Catalyst hits 9-5, really pulling away now. Pure speed, that round ended in under 2 seconds. Catalyst picks him off the boxes, and the lead is starting to feel insurmountable for Phantom. Catalyst makes it 10-6, nearly closing the door here. Phantom rank 3 on the ladder refuses to go away. Phantom claws back 1 to make it 10-7. He's currently the top 3 player on the ladder. Catalyst shuts down that mini run and puts himself just 2 rounds away from the finish line. He's fighting to shake off those 3 straight losses today. Phantom takes it from the Tetris, chipping away at that lead. Quick reaction from the Tetris to keep this alive. Unreal, he survives a total bloodbath with just 13 HP to keep this comeback alive. Catalyst shuts him down without taking a hit to reach match point. Clean as it gets, barely 2 seconds to end the exchange. Phantom catches him from the boxes, showing real resilience to keep this fight alive at match point. A much slower exchange, but he gets the result he needed. He picks him off from the ramp, extending this climb back into the game. Insane. He just shuts that door in under 2 seconds. Boom, he doesn't let it slip, ending this with a clean shot to take the map 13-11. He finally snaps that losing streak. Phantom pushed him to the limit, but Catalyst just had too much history on Redline. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex take on Mappas, with the favorite looking to secure another victory. Catalyst leads the head-to-head with a 70% win rate over the long term. However, Vortex is the best player on the ladder and has won their most recent meeting by a wide margin. The question is whether the ranking gap can override that historical trend. Doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Tough start for the best player on the ladder. Vortex answers back without taking a hit, showing some resilience to make it 3-1. The favorite's finally starting to assert himself. Catalyst pushes to 4-1, completely suffocating Vortex here. He's playing against the best player on the ladder right now. Catalyst hits 5-1. Vortex is struggling to keep up. 1 second, just a blink and it's over. Vortex is coming into this with a 24-14 record over the last 24 hours. That strong form matches his recent history against Catalyst, including a blowout win just an hour ago. The question is if he can turn this early lead into a full comeback. Catalyst extends the lead to 6-3. Vortex is fading. Vortex has the map edge with a 48% win rate here. The speed of these exchanges is wild. We're seeing rounds end in under 5 seconds consistently. The favorite is holding his own despite the ladder gap. Catalyst cruises to A3, leaving Vortex in the dust. Less than a second. Absolutely lightning fast. Catalyst leads 8-4 at the break. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected, leading on a 70% lifetime head-to-head win rate to keep Vortex off balance. We'll see if the world #1 can flip the script after the switch. Side swap. Vortex needs a reset. Vortex claws 1 back to make it 8-5. The best player on the ladder is starting to wake up. Catalyst hits 9-5, pulling further ahead in this one. The favorite is refusing to let the best player on the ladder back in. Vortex takes him from the ramp, keeping this series within striking distance. Our top-rated player is refusing to fade. Vortex snaps the streak with another win, continuing to chip away at that deficit. The clear favorite is finally making this a contest. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 straight for Vortex as the comeback continues. The ladder's top player is finally flipping the script. Wow! He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 9-9. That's 4 in a row. Unreal, a total wipe of that lead in under 2 seconds. He takes a few hits, but manages to trade back, reclaiming the lead at 10-9. Barely survived that one with 41 HP. Insane. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 10-10. Complete deadlock between the favorite and the underdog. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, reclaiming a narrow lead in this back and forth battle. He's facing a guy who's won 70% of his last 10. He walks away without taking a hit to reach match point 12-10. The pre-match favorite is fighting an uphill battle here. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to keep this comeback alive at 12-11. The clear favorite is refusing to go home without a fight. Unreal. He walks away untouched to tie this at 12-12, forcing overtime after that incredible climb. The ladder's top player just erased a 4-round deficit. Catalyst takes him from the ramp, snapping that streak and putting the pressure right back on Vortex. The ladder's top player just lost his lead. Catalyst has the momentum now. 2 quick wins have him firmly in control of this overtime. The best player on the ladder is struggling to close this out. Boom! He doesn't take a single hit to keep this comeback alive, making it 14-13. The highest rated player on the ladder, refusing to stay down. Another clean kill for Vortex, who doesn't take a hit to tie this up at 14-14. Another clean one, keeping the pressure high. Catalyst breaks the momentum with a clean kill, moving to 15-14 at match point. The pre-match favorite is fighting a steep climb here. Game over. Catalyst shuts the door to take it 16-14. He really defied the ladder rankings in overtime to pull this off. Vortex fought back so hard, but Catalyst just had his number today. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on orange, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Vortex holds the #1 spot on our ladder and is already putting that gap into practice. It's an interesting contrast to their head-to-head history, where Catalyst typically controls the series. So the question is whether the best player in the league can break that long-term trend today. Vortex pushes the lead to 2-1. Catalyst needs a response. He's coming off a 16-14 win against him just now. Catalyst flips the script here, erasing that early deficit to even things up. Vortex is the best player on the ladder, but he's struggling here. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. The underdog is playing exactly like the favorite here. Wow, he survives a total scrap to tie this up at 3-3. Insane, he holds on with just 22 HP. Vortex claws it back to lead 4-3. The top player on our ladder asserting his authority here. Catalyst strikes back to make it 4-4. Deadlocked. Quickest kill of the match so far. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, putting some distance between him and the #1 seed. Vortex usually has the edge on this map. He snaps that streak immediately. 3 in a row for Catalyst to lead 6-4. The favorite is simply ignoring the ladder rankings here. doesn't even take a hit. That's 4 in a row to wrap the half. The number 4 seed is really controlling this one. Catalyst leads 7-5 at the break. This tracks with expectations, as Catalyst holds a 70% head-to-head win rate over Vortex. He closed the half strong with 4 straight wins to keep the top seed at bay. Side swap, time for a Vortex doesn't take a single hit in less than a second, showing real resilience to keep this close at 7-6. Lightning fast reflex there to keep it within 1. Catalyst has a 70% head-to-head win rate over Vortex across hundreds of matches. He's making that history a reality today, as he's now managing to outplay the top seed despite the ladder rankings. The question is whether Vortex can actually find a way to pivot here. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row to make it 10-6. Vortex, the best player on our ladder, is feeling the pressure. Another clean kill in under a second. That's 4 in a row for him. Vortex finally breaks that run with a clean kill to make it 11-7. He's actually the favorite going into this one. Vortex is chipping away at this lead. He's won 2 straight and the gap is closing fast. Took a bit longer this time, but the result is the same. He doesn't take a single hit to reach match point 12-8. Took a few seconds longer, but he gets the stop. Both players land hits in a frantic exchange, but Vortex survives the trade to make it 12-9. Whoa, he just barely scraped through that one. Vortex stays untouched to make it 2 in a row, refusing to go away at match point. Boom, he shuts it down without taking a hit to take the map. He just couldn't shake the history here. Catalyst takes down the number 1 seed despite Vortex having the edge on orange. Hard fought win. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex face off now, with the favorite looking for a strong start today. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history, which usually makes him the clear favorite. However, Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder and is already using that rating edge to take the lead. The question is if Catalyst can reclaim his usual control here. Vortex takes him from the box to push the lead to 3-1. The best player on our ladder is proving the rating gap here. Vortex takes him right off the ramp from the box to keep this run going. Coming off a 13-4 win against him on Dunes recently. Vortex leads 3-2 as Catalyst fights to stay alive. He's coming off a 13-10 win against him on Orange. Vortex pulls ahead 4-2, putting the squeeze on Catalyst. He's playing like the #1 seed on the ladder today. Catalyst takes him right off the ramp to tie this up at 4-4. Quick snap from the ramp to keep this tight. Vortex is currently 23-16 in the last 24 hours, keeping that momentum high. It contrasts sharply with Catalyst, who has played more games today but is sitting under 0.5. The question is if Catalyst can flip the script before this gap widens. Deadlock at 5 apiece as Catalyst claws back. Fast reflex win to bring this right back to even. Catches him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row, taking the lead before the break. Clean sweep of the last 3 to flip the lead. Catalyst leads 7-5. This tracks with the pre-match expectations as the favorite holds the edge. A 4-round win streak gave Catalyst the cushion, but Vortex keeps this close despite a 70% lifetime H2H disadvantage. Sides, swap, time for a reset. Catalyst edges ahead 7-6 to regain the upper hand. Quick snap to stop that run. Fast reaction to keep this within. Whoa, a total scrap. Vortex survives that exchange with a sliver of health to tie it 7-7. Insane survival to keep his health in the single digits. Catalyst takes him from the ramp to reclaim the lead. The #4 seed is playing his role here. Vortex strikes back to lock this up at 8-8. Highest rated guy on the ladder, refusing to let the lead slip. Catalyst pulls ahead 9-8 to seize the momentum. Coming off those wins on Orange and Mapas just now. These rounds are ending in a blink. Catalyst is just faster on the draw right now. The favorite is simply playing his role here. Vortex takes him from the boost to bring this right back to a 1-round game. Much slower pace to this one, nearly 10 seconds of tension. Absolute stalemate at 10 apiece for Catalyst and Vortex. Quick draw to kill that momentum and level the score. Vortex snaps that run and keeps it rolling 3 in a row to lead 11-10. That's a blink and you miss it win to seize the lead. Vortex wins the trade-off from the ramp to reach match point, making that 4 in a row. Pure chaos on that ramp to seal the deal. Boom, 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 boom. Vortex wins the trade to take 5 in a row and the map. He finally shakes that lifetime head-to-head ghost. Catalyst had his number for years, but the top seed takes this one. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on Fast Aim, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder, and he's playing like it. He just beat Catalyst 13-10 in their most recent meeting, showing that the historical edge has shifted. The question is if Catalyst can reclaim the lead he's held for so long. Vortex edges ahead, leading Catalyst 2-1. The best player on our ladder is showing what. Wow, these rounds are ending in a blink. Vortex is just out-reacting him right now. Under a second for that kill. He takes his time to pick him apart and stays completely untouched 3 in a row. The best player on the ladder is justifying that spot. Both players trade heavy damage in a frantic scramble, but he comes out on top. That's 4 in a row. He just can't find an answer. 5 in a row for Vortex, making it 6-1. Finally, Catalyst snaps that run with a clean hit to make it 2-6. He's usually the clear favorite in this specific matchup. Catalyst holds a 492-214 all-time lead over Vortex in their head-to-head history. While the rankings currently favor the top player, Catalyst has a long-term track record of winning this specific matchup. We're seeing that historical edge start to resurface here. Boom. He catches him from the ramp to make it 4 straight, erasing that early deficit before the break. Nearly a complete reversal of the early lead. Vortex leads 7-5. The underdog is currently defying the 70% all-time head-to-head win rate Catalyst holds in this matchup. It's a tight fight, but Vortex has the momentum heading into the side switch. Side swap, time for a reset. A gritty scrap, but he digs deep to keep this comeback alive. Catalyst makes it 6-7. A longer fight this time, but he gets the result. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to tie this up at 7-7, showing incredible resilience. Both players fighting from the ramp, but Vortex comes out on top to reclaim the lead. The highest rated guy on the ladder is staying composed. He claws back to a tie at 8-8, refusing to let that early deficit define the map. A much slower scrap to bring this back to even. He doesn't take a single hit in under a second to take the lead, 9-8. Vortex strikes back to lock this at 9-9. A much slower scrap to bring this back to even. Slower fight that keeps this completely level. He stays completely healthy in this one to take a 10-9 lead, continuing a gritty climb back into this match. Vortex picks him right off the toolbox to take a 1-round lead. A longer battle this time to bring it back to even. Tough. Vortex picks him off the ramp to push his lead to 2. The favorite is staying composed under the pressure. He knocks him off the ramp to tie this up at 11-11, continuing an incredible climb back into the match. Took his fight of the match so far to get that tie. Insane. Both players trade everything in a brutal scrap, but he survives with 18 HP to reach match point. Whoa, surviving on a sliver of health to take the lead. Boom. He shuts it down from the window to complete the comeback and take the map. He just couldn't shake that historical curse today. Vortex is the best on the ladder, but he can't solve this guy. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Catalyst and Vortex face off now, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. He typically gets the better of Vortex, and that trend is continuing even though Vortex is currently higher on the ladder. The question is whether the ranking edge can actually translate into rounds here. Untouched. That's 3 in a row for Catalyst. Vortex, the number 2 player on the ladder, can't find an answer. Boom! Vortex answers back with a clean kill to hold the slide, making it 3-1. The slide favorite is finally starting to push back. He does it again, 2 in a row for Vortex, who's showing real grit to close the gap. The ladder favorite is finally starting to look the part. Whoa, he knocks him off the ramp to tie it up 3-3. The ladder's second best player is finally asserting himself. He catches him from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. Quickest kill of the set so far. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to tie this up at 4-4. Vortex ranked 2 on the ladder, can't maintain that lead. Catalyst pulls ahead 5-4 to reclaim the lead. He's coming off a 13-11 win against him on fast aim. Vortex doesn't even take a hit here, raising the lead to tie it at 5-5. Clean kill to bring this right back to even. Catalyst edges ahead 6-5 to break the deadlock. He's currently ranked 4 on the ladder. We're tied 6-6 at the break. This is tracking with expectations as Catalyst usually holds the edge in this head-to-head. Both players traded long streaks to keep this a dead heat heading into the second half. Side swap, time for a reset. Vortex takes him from the ramp to reclaim the lead 7-6, showing real resilience. Pure reflex win to put him back in control. Catalyst strikes back to lock this at 7-7. A total deadlock between the top 4 on the ladder. Total scramble on the ramp, but Catalyst comes out on top to keep the momentum shifting. He holds a 78% win rate on this map. He catches him from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The slide favorite is starting to slide. He doesn't take a single hit here, showing real resilience to pull this back to 9-8. Vortex ranked 2 and the ladder is fighting to prove the odds. Catalyst is currently 19-20 in the last 24 hours, meaning he's played nearly as many games as anyone today. He's maintaining a high volume of matches while still keeping his edge in this specific matchup. The question is if Vortex can find a way to break this momentum. He snaps that streak and levels the score at 10-10, refusing to go away. 2 quick ones to wipe the slate clean. Vortex knocks him off the ramp to make it 3 in a row. The slight favorite is finally seizing control of the set. A scrap on the ramp, but Catalyst wins the exchange to tie it at 11-11. Vortex wins the exchange to take a 12-11 lead. He's fought back from a 3-round deficit to reach match point. Hard-fought exchange that just barely went his way. Unreal, he doesn't take a single hit to close this out and complete the comeback. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse. Catalyst usually owns this matchup, but the rank 2 player just proved he can close it out. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on orange, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst leads the head-to-head record 493, 215 over the long term. Despite that history, Vortex is the best player on our ladder and just took the most recent meeting between these two. The question is whether Catalyst can keep this early lead against the top-rated player in the league. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 edge as we reset. The best player on our ladder is fighting back. These rounds are over in a blink. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now. Vortex is the best player on our ladder right now. Catalyst pushes ahead 3-2 to reclaim the momentum. Vortex actually holds the edge on this specific map. Catalyst extends the gap to 4-2 with that play, coming off a tight 11-13 loss to him just now. Vortex is erasing that lead. We've got a dead heat on our hands. That was a blink and you miss it. Vortex has been the sharper player today with a 23-15 record over the last 24 hours. That form is why he's sitting at the top of our ladder, even though Catalyst has the historical edge. The question is whether Vortex can translate that daily momentum into a lead here. Total deadlock. Catalyst and Vortex are tied at 5 apiece. The favorite is struggling to hold his ground here. Catalyst just halted that run. He keeps finding a way to pull ahead whenever Vortex gains ground. They rank 4 guys fighting the best player on our ladder. 6 at the half. This is tracking exactly as expected for 2 top 5 players. Vortex is playing his way toward that 53% map win rate, but Catalyst refuses to let him break away. Side swap, clean slate. Catalyst nips ahead 7-6 to break the tie. Quick exchange, but he gets the better of him. Quick reflex check and he takes it. Vortex strikes back to knot it up at 7. Tight exchange, but he survives with just 41 HP. Vortex is starting to pull away. He's really putting the pressure on Catalyst now. He's playing like a man who just took 3 of their last 4. Whoa, a complete scrap. He survives a bloodbath with almost nothing left to make it 3 in a row. Insane. He's practically living on the edge of death right now. He shuts him down without taking a single hit to make it 8-9. Clean kill to keep this within 1. Catalyst claws it back to lock this at 9-9. Catalyst rank 4 is refusing to let the top seed pull away. He snaps that streak immediately. 3 in a row for Catalyst to take a 10-9 lead. Vortex was the slight favorite coming into this one. That's 4 in a row. He walks away without taking a hit to make it 11-9. The 70% all-time head-to-head win rate is playing out right now. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 5 in a row. Match point for Catalyst. Wow, just a blur of a round. Boom, he doesn't take a single hit to close it out and take the map. That 6-round run really broke the momentum, especially since Vortex usually owns the edge on this map. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Catalyst and Vortex take on Italy, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history, which usually makes him the heavy favorite here. However, he has struggled on this map historically, and we're seeing that disadvantage play out in the early rounds. The question is if Catalyst can overcome his map slump to flip the script. Catalyst takes him from the wine, bringing this right back to a one-round game. Vortex, our rank 2 on the ladder, can't shake him. Vortex surges ahead, leading Catalyst 3-1 right now. Our rank 2 on the ladder is playing his part. We're taking a quick technical break, but we'll be right back to Italy with Catalyst and Vortex. And we are back live on Italy with Vortex leading Catalyst 3-1. Vortex extends his grip, now sitting 4-1 up. Insane. That last one was over in under 2 seconds. Playing like a top 2 guy on the ladder. Boom! He doesn't miss a shot, showing real resilience to pull this back to 2-4. Unreal. A 1-second kill to snap that run. He catches him from the Tetris, showing real grit to claw back to 3-4. The slight favorite is starting to look vulnerable. Vortex enters this match 22-16 in the last 24 hours. He is carrying that momentum into this duel and utilizing it to keep Catalyst from building any real steam. The question is whether Catalyst can find a way to break that flow. He shuts down that run instantly. 3 in a row for Vortex, taking a 4-round lead. He breaks the run and cuts the lead to 3 before the break. Our rank 4 player tries to close the gap before the break. Vortex leads 7-5 at the break. The underdog is defying a 70% lifetime head-to-head deficit to keep the favorite on the ropes. We're seeing a potential upset in the making as they switch sides. Side swap, fresh start. Vortex keeps pushing, now sitting 8-5 over Catalyst. Wow, just over a second to shut that down. Another pure reflex. He deletes him in less than half a second to keep this comeback alive, making it 6-8. He walks away untouched after a tense 5 seconds, making it 2 in a row as he claws back from that early deficit. The slight favorite is suddenly fighting for air. Vortex holds a 9-7 lead as the pressure mounts. Our rank 2 player is proving why he's top 2 on the ladder. He doesn't even take a hit, showing real resilience to pull this back to 8-9. The underdog is suddenly the one fighting to keep a lead. Whoa, he survives with just 14 HP after a brutal scrap to tie this up at 9-9. Man, he's just refusing to go. Vortex takes him from the wine, reclaiming the lead and shifting the momentum back his way. Our rank 2 player is fighting to keep that lead. Unreal, he walks away without a scratch to tie this up at 10-10, erasing that 4-round deficit. These rounds are flying by, neither player is giving the other a second to breathe. Vortex is playing like the top 2 guy on the ladder. Bloody scrap where both players landed hits, but Catalyst survives to tie this up at 11-11. Absolute chaos now with both players staring down the finish line. Clean and fast. He shuts him down in a second to reach match point. 12-11. The slight favorite is now just 1 kill from the victory. Unreal. He walks away without a scratch to tie this at 12-12, forcing overtime after that incredible fight back. Unreal. He shuts that down in under a second to take the lead in overtime. Insane. Less than a second to see. Boom. Sub-second reaction to close it out. Vortex is pulling away here, putting a serious dent in Catalyst's hopes for a comeback. The underdog is flipping the script on the favorite here. He doesn't take a single hit to snap that run, showing incredible resilience to make it 13-14. The underdog is fighting to protect that slim lead. He snaps the streak and ties it at 14-14, showing incredible heart to keep this comeback alive. The pre-match favorite is now fighting an uphill battle. Boom! He walks away without taking a hit, making it 3 straight to hit match point. The pre-match favorite is now fighting for survival. He shuts him down without taking a hit, tying it up at 15-15 for match point. A clean response to keep this deadlock going. Vortex edges ahead 16-15 in this absolute nail-biter. Vortex pulls ahead 17-15 in this total war. Our rank, 2 players taking full control here. Catalyst narrows it to 16-17 in this hard stopper. The underdog is fighting to hold off the favorite here. Vortex pushes it to 18-16, stretching the gap. The slight favorite is now just 2 rounds from the finish. Vortex dominates, extending his lead to 19-16. He finally breaks that lifetime head-to-head curse in overtime. Catalyst fought back hard, but he just couldn't close it. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex face off today with the favorite looking for a strong win. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate over Vortex across their entire history. Despite that edge, Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder and just took their most recent meeting. The question is whether Catalyst can reclaim his usual control here. Vortex cruises to a 2-0 lead, leaving Catalyst reeling. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row for Vortex. He doesn't even take a scratch. That's 4 in a row for Vortex. Sub 1 second. He's just not letting him breathe. Unreal. He survives on 3 HP to knock him off the ramp, making it 5 in a row. The top-rated guy on the ladder just isn't blinking. Finally, Catalyst snaps that run with a 1-second burst to make it 1-5. Vortex catches Catalyst on the ramp and immediately pushes the lead back to 5. The underdog is definitely not playing his usual role today. Vortex has been 22-16 over the last 24 hours, maintaining a very high standard across his matches today. He's playing with a confidence that matches his spot at the top of the ladder. Now we see if Catalyst can actually put a dent in that momentum. Vortex pushes to 7-3. Catalyst is struggling here. He's actually the rank 4 player on our ladder. Catalyst is chipping away at that lead, making it a 3-round gap as we approach the break. Clean finish there to keep the pressure building. Vortex leads 8-4. We expected Catalyst to take this, but he's struggling against the rank 1 player. That 5-round streak from Vortex shifted the energy and puts us on track for a real upset. Side swap, time for a reset. Catalyst knocks him off the boost, cutting that lead down to 3. Took a while, but he finally clears the boost. He's looking more like the historical favorite here. Another clean one for Catalyst, who refuses to go away as he makes it 6-8. The pre-match favorite is finally feeling the heat. Vortex holds the ramp to snap that mini run, keeping a 3-round cushion, coming off a 19-16 win in their most recent meeting. A messy exchange, but he survives with half his health to pull within 2. A trade-off on the ramp, but he takes it without taking a hit to make it 8-9. The clear favorite is starting to look vulnerable. Vortex regains a 2-round cushion, leading Catalyst 10-8. The best player on the ladder isn't letting him back in. Vortex takes it from the boost, putting a serious dent in any hope of a comeback, coming off a 13-11 win in their other recent meeting today. Vortex knocks him off the ramp without taking a hit. Match point. Total shutdown on the ramp to seal the momentum. Boom! A chaotic scrap ends with Vortex taking it to close out the match. He really just shook off that historical disadvantage. Vortex proves he's the man to beat on the ladder right now. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on fast aim with the favorite looking for a strong win. Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder and he's playing like it. He's coming off 2 straight wins against Catalyst in their most recent encounters, shifting the momentum away from the usual favorite. The question is whether Catalyst can recover his historical edge here. He catches him from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The best player on our ladder, making it look easy. Whoa, a total slugfest. He scrapes by with just 14 HP to make it 4 in a row. The best player on our ladder, asserting his authority early. Catalyst snaps the run with a clean hit, cutting the lead to 4-1. He does it again, 2 in a row for Catalyst, who refuses to stay down. Insane speed, just under a second to end it. He picks him off the wine box from the ramp, making it 3 in a row. The clear favorite is suddenly under a lot of pressure. Unreal, he secures another win from the ramp to tie it at 4-4, completing a 4-round surge. The underdog is completely flipping the script on the favorite. Vortex picks him off the ramp to take a 5-4 lead. The best player on the ladder reclaiming his lead. He takes it from the ramp to tie this up at 5-5, showing incredible resilience. The ladder's best player is fighting for every single round here. Vortex edges ahead 6-5 to seize the lead. He's coming off a strong 23-15 run over the last day. Vortex leads 7-5. The underdog is defying a lifetime 69% H2H disadvantage to keep the lead here. Both players traded 4-round streaks, but Vortex has the edge as we switch sides. Sides swap. Time to reset. Vortex is 23-15 in the last 24 hours, and the momentum is carrying over into this set. He's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen from Catalyst today. We're struggling to match that pace. The question is if Catalyst can snap this run before it becomes a blowout. Vortex pulls ahead 9-6, widening the gap. Our rank 4 player trying to reclaim that historical edge. He knocks Vortex off the ramp without taking a hit, making it 2 in a row. Cleanest look of the match so far. Vortex holds a 10-7 lead, keeping the pressure high. The best player on the ladder holding firm. He knocks him off the wine box, showing real grit to chip away at this lead. The underdog is refusing to let the favorite close this out. Wow, what a scrap. He survives on just 11 HP to make it 11-8. Heart-stopping scrap to keep the lead. Our top-rated player making this look routine. Boom! He shuts down the comeback and hits match point with a clean kill. The favorite just puts a stranglehold on this set. Boom, he wins the trade on the ramp to take the map. He's now taken 3 in a row against Catalyst. The top seed just keeps finding a way to shut him down. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a 69% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Vortex has the upper hand in their most recent meetings. Catalyst historically owns this matchup. The question is whether that long-term edge can overcome the current momentum Vortex has built. Trade-off from the ramp, and he wins it. That's 3 in a row. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is struggling here. Another one. Catalyst makes it 4 in a row to take a 4-0 lead. Vortex, the best player on the ladder, looks completely lost. He catches him from the ramp, making it 5 in a row. Coming off 3 straight losses to him just now. Unreal. He survives a total bloodbath with just 14 HP to break the run. Coming off 3 straight wins against him just now. Vortex has a 23-15 record in the last 24 hours, and that form is carrying over here. He just came into this match having won 3 straight games against Catalyst, and we're seeing that psychological edge play out in real time. The question is if Catalyst can find a way to disrupt this round. Both players land heavy shots, but Catalyst comes out on top to lead 6-3. The ladder's best player is feeling the pressure here. Catalyst pushes to 7-3, leaving Vortex trailing behind. The underdog is actually the favorite in this matchup. He catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row, heading into the break with an 8-3 lead. Wraps up the half with a commanding... Catalyst leads 9-3. This is playing out exactly as expected, with the favorite controlling the pace on his best map. Catalyst's 78% win rate on red line is showing, and Vortex has no answer right now. Side swap time for a reset. Catalyst hits 10, leaving Vortex staring at the mountain. Complete reversal from those 3 straight losses he took earlier. Catalyst picks him right off the ramp. These rounds are ending in a blink. Hard to watch for the best player on the ladder. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst, and he's now at match point. Pure speed, just a blink and it's over. Boom. He doesn't take a single hit to close it out, taking the map with 4 in a row. He completely shut down the #1 player on the ladder. A total reversal from those 3 losses he just took. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex take on the Dunes, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 69% win rate in their head-to-head history. Despite that edge, Vortex is the best player on our ladder and should have the experience to handle this. The question is if Vortex can shake off those recent losses to Catalyst. He doesn't even take a hit. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is struggling here. Untouched again. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst. Coming off a rough 3-13 loss to him just now. Both take damage, but he survives the exchange. That's 5 in a row. The best player on the ladder can't find an answer. 6 in a row for Catalyst, who's just completely taken over this match. Odd, seeing the best player on the ladder, this stifled. Another clean hit in under a second. 7 in a row for Catalyst. Whoa, both players straight heavy damage in a blink, but Vortex survives with just 8 HP. Catalyst leads the head-to-head history with 495 wins over Vortex. That long-term edge is playing out right now, making the pre-match favorite look completely lost. We have to wonder if Vortex can even find a way back into this. Catalyst hits 8, leaving Vortex trailing by 5. Vortex has a clear edge on this map historically. Catalyst leads 9-3. This tracks the pre-match expectations perfectly, as the favorite is simply outplaying the top-ranked player. That 7-round win streak put Vortex in a deep hole before the switch. Vortex needs a total reset. Unreal. Vortex catches him on the box and survives by a mere 4 HP. Insane luck to walk away with that little health. Vortex cuts the lead to 9-5, fighting back. The highest rated guy on the ladder is finally waking up. He doesn't take a single hit. That's 3 straight for Vortex, and the momentum has completely shifted. Catalyst has a tough 33% win rate on this specific map. Wow. Both players get shredded in a chaotic scrap, but Catalyst barely hangs on to win it 10-6. Absolute scramble to end that one, but he stays alive. Catalyst extends it to 10-7, keeping the lead firm. Quickest kill of the match so far. Catalyst is pulling away again. Vortex can't seem to string together enough wins to close this gap. These rounds are flying by. Everything is happening in under 2 seconds lately. Catalyst breaks through to take the lead back. He's now at match point. The clear pre-match favorite is just out of time. Boom! Catalyst shuts the door right here to take the match 13-8. He just completely ignored the map history to pull off the upset. Vortex couldn't stop him today. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex take on Orange, where the favorite faces a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 69% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Vortex is currently the best player on our ladder. He has struggled to find a way past Catalyst in their most recent meetings. The question is whether the ranking gap can actually overcome this historical trend. Wow, a total bloodbath. He survives on just 14 HP to take 2 in a row. The best player on our ladder is showing why. Deadlock, Catalyst and Vortex are tied at 2 apiece. Boom! A blink, and you miss it, kill to level it up. Vortex edges ahead, leading 3-2 after that burst. The best player on our ladder is playing his part. These rounds are over in a blink. Nobody is getting a second chance to react today. Coming off a 13-3 win over him earlier today. Vortex creeps ahead, now leading it 4-3. The favorite is asserting his place at the top of the ladder. Catalyst claws it back, we're all square at 4-4. The underdog is holding his own against the best player on the ladder. Catalyst is starting to pull away here, putting a bit of a cushion between him and Vortex. Under 2 seconds to put it away. Perfectly balanced. Catalyst and Vortex sit tight at 5 apiece. Vortex is the best player on our ladder for a reason. Vortex snatches the lead, pushing it to 6-5. He's currently the #1 rated player on the ladder. They're all square at 6-6. This is tracking exactly how we expected. With the favorite keeping pace in a tight scrap, Vortex has the edge on this map with a 52% win rate, so he'll want to use that now. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst takes a slim 7-6 lead right here. Catalyst rank 4 on the ladder is capitalizing here. Catalyst is currently 20-19 in the last 24 hours, but he's playing much better than that average suggests right now. He's already taken 2 straight wins from Vortex today in their most recent meetings, and that momentum is carrying over here. The question is if the best player on our ladder can find a way to break this streak. Vortex catches him from the ramp, showing some real resilience to pull this back to 9-7. He finally breaks that run of 3 straight. Catalyst surges ahead, now commanding a 10-7 lead. Vortex is the highest rated player on the ladder right now. Catalyst is pulling ahead now, putting a serious dent in Vortex's chances to turn this around. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row, and it's match point for Catalyst. Cleanest kill of the match so far. Unreal. He doesn't take a single hit to make it 4 in a row and take the map. That's 3 in a row today for Catalyst. He completely ignored the map odds to keep his hold over Vortex. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off today, with the favorite facing a tough test. Vortex catches him right off the ramp to get on the board first. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder, starts strong here. Catalyst holds a 70% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's coming in with a massive psychological edge after sweeping their last 3 meetings today. So the question is whether Vortex can break that pattern here. Deadlocked at 2-all. Catalyst and Vortex are tied. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder just keeps it tight. Vortex takes him from the boost to keep the streak alive. The rank 2 player is taking control here. Catalyst picks him right off the box, and that round was over in a blink. Vortex is the higher rated player on the ladder right now. Vortex edges ahead 4-3 in a total nail biter. The underdog is playing exactly like the favorite here. Vortex takes him from the ramp to keep this run going. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder is holding his own. Vortex leads 5-4 as this series tightens up. Insane speed on that kill, gone in under 2 seconds. Catalyst strikes back to make it 5 apiece. He's coming off 3 straight wins against him today. Vortex picks him right off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder is fighting to flip the script. 5-7 Vortex at the break. We expected Catalyst to carry over his 70% head-to-head win rate, but Vortex is defying the history here. The underdog is playing the role of the favorite so far. Sides swap, time for a reset. Vortex is currently 21-18 in the last 24 hours. And he's carrying that momentum straight into this series. He's playing a very different game than he did in those 3 losses to Catalyst earlier today. The question is whether he can keep this pace until the finish line. He snaps that streak right back, making it 3 in a row for Vortex. Going in 1.3 seconds, barely a moment to react. That's 4 in a row for Vortex, who walks away without taking a single hit. Complete reversal from those 3 losses earlier today. 5 in a row for Vortex, and he's now at match point. The slight favorite is now fully in the driver's seat. Boom! He closes it out from the Tetris to win the map. He finally breaks that losing streak against Catalyst and does it in a big way. Vortex gets his revenge here. Welcome to Redline. Catalyst and Vortex face off now, with the favorite facing a tough test today. Catalyst holds a 69% win rate in their head-to-head history, while Vortex took their most recent meeting in a blowout. Catalyst typically has the upper hand when these two clash. The question is if the historical edge outweighs today's momentum. Catalyst catches him right on the ramp to make it 2-0. Vortex, rank 2 on the ladder, is struggling here. Catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row. The slight favorite is looking completely lost early on. Unreal. He doesn't even take a hit to make it 4 in a row. Catalyst, rank 4 on the ladder, is just playing his game. Vortex answers back with a clean kill to make it 4-1. Quickest kill of the match so far. Vortex catches him from the ramp to snap the streak and make it 4-2. The slight favor is finally starting to press. Another clean win for him. That's 3 in a row as he claws back into this. Just a blink of an eye for that last kill. Wow, he survives a scrap on the ramp with a sliver of health to tie it 4-4. Insane, he's just refusing to die in these scraps. Catalyst wins a longer scrap to take the lead. 5-4. Way longer battle than we've seen in the last few rounds. Vortex catches him from the ramp to tie it 5-5. He's showing serious resilience here. The slight favorite is finally playing his game. He takes the lead, 6-5, continuing this gritty climb back into the match before the break. One more kill before they head into the break. Six at the half. Catalyst entered as the favorite, and this deadlock tracks that expectation. Both players traded 4-round streaks to keep this tight, though Catalyst holds a 78% win rate on Redline historically. Side swap, fresh start. Catches him from the ramp without taking a hit, making it 6-7 as the comeback continues. The slight favorite is finally asserting himself after the break. He doesn't take a single hit to snap the streak and make it 6-8. Clean, quick kill to push the lead to 2. Catalyst knocks him off the ramp to keep this right in the middle. He's coming off a rough 13-5 loss to this same opponent today. He knocks Catalyst off the ramp to make it 7-9, continuing this gritty climb back into the match. Fast exchange there, just over 2 seconds. He wins the trade-off from the ramp to make it 7-10, continuing this impressive climb. A much slower pace there, but he still comes out on top. He halts that momentum with a clean kill, showing real resilience to pull it back to 8-10. Vortex, rank 2 on the ladder, can't quite close this out. straight off from the ramp. Catalyst wins it to keep this comeback alive at 9-10. That was a much slower burn than the last few. Boom, boom. He catches him from the ramp for 3 in a row to tie this at 10-10. The slight favorite is suddenly fighting for his life here. Vortex shuts him down without taking a hit to regain the lead at 11-10. The latter's rank 2 is finally closing the gap. A patient fight that ends cleanly, and he brings this back to a tie at 11-11. A real slow burn fight to bring this back to even. He breaks that streak to take the lead 12-11. Catalyst is 1 away after an incredible fight back. A bit more breathing room for him after that exchange. Unreal Vortex forces a deadlock at 12, pushing this battle into overtime after an incredible comeback. Whoa, a complete deadlock heading into the extra frames. Straight off from the ramp, and he wins it to seal the match after that incredible comeback. Insane. He manages to close this out after that roller coaster. Catalyst wipes him off the ramp without taking a hit, tying this up at 13-13. Total reset after that quick exchange. Insane. Vortex survives a brutal scrap from the ramp with almost nothing left to make it 13-14. Whoa, he's just refusing to stay down in these fights. Clean as a whistle. Catalyst doesn't take a hit to tie this up at 14-14. The slight favorite is really being pushed to the limit. Boom! He doesn't take a hit to reclaim the lead, putting Catalyst on match point. 2 identical wins in a row for him. Carbon. Boom! He finishes him without taking a hit to complete the comeback and take the map. He really had to dig deep for that one in overtime. Vortex barely survived a couple of those scrapes, but it still wasn't enough to stop the upset. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League. Catalyst and Vortex face off on Italy, where the favorite faces a tough challenge. Catalyst leads the all-time head-to-head 498-219, which usually makes him the favorite here. But the ladder tells a different story with Vortex sitting at rank 2, and that gap in current form is showing. The question is if Catalyst can flip the script. Catalyst edges ahead 2-1. Vortex needs a response. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder, can't find an answer. He doesn't even take damage. 3 in a row for Catalyst. Sub 1 second, just a blur. Both players land their shots, but he survives the exchange. That's 4 in a row. Vortex rank 2 on the ladder, can't find a way in. He doesn't even take a hit. 5 in a row for Catalyst. Vortex entered as the slight favorite today. Finally, he snaps the round with a blink and you miss it kill. Vortex, our rank 2 player, is fighting back. Both land their shots, but he survives the trade to make it 2 in a row. Tough trade to lose when he had the lead. He doesn't even take a hit. That's 3 in a row as he claws back into this. Pure efficiency, barely taking a scratch in that exchange. Catalyst halts the momentum, taking this one without taking a hit to lead 6-4. Catalyst has won the last 3 meetings against Vortex, and that psychological edge is carrying over into this map. Despite the ladder ranking, Catalyst is simply outplaying him in the direct exchanges. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to disrupt this momentum before the half. Catalyst leads 8-4. The favorite is playing exactly as expected, using his 69% all-time head-to-head advantage to keep Vortex at arm's length. Vortex had a brief run, but Catalyst remains in control. Side swap, fresh start. Catalyst pushes it to 9-4, completely suffocating Vortex. Our rank 4 player is just ignoring the ladder gap. Vortex claws one back to make it 9-5. Vortex actually holds the edge on this map's win rate. Catalyst is pulling away here, building a 5-round lead and leaving Vortex with a mountain to climb. Catalyst hits 10, leaving Vortex trailing by 4. Survives with just 47 HP to keep this close. Wow, less than half a second. These rounds are ending in a blur lately. Insane. Less than half a second for that kill. He snaps that streak with a clean hit, moving to match point at 12-6. The slight favorite is completely adrift here. Vortex denies the match point with a clean hit, making it 12-8. Took a bit longer, but he gets the stop. Boom, he shuts it down in under a second to take the map 13-7. He just completely ignored the map history and the rankings to take this one. Catalyst had his number all day.